Chapter 1606. After accidentally saying his surname, the tall man immediately realized that he had been seen through by Yang Qin. In a split second, he already knew what he had to do. A beam of snow-white sword light suddenly flashed and directly pierced through a body, causing a large amount of blood to splatter. Even the sword light turned blood-red. To Yang Qin's surprise, the tall man's flying sword did not directly slash at him. Instead, it directly pierced through its owner's body and then flew towards him with a blood-red light. Even Yang Qin became a little cautious when he saw the other party's move. The flying sword, which had drunk its owner's blood essence, had become completely different under the guy's secret technique. Its power had increased by more than 10 times. This method of using one's own blood essence to stimulate the magic weapon was not only used by one sect or sect, but they all had a unified characteristic, which was that it could greatly stimulate the power of the magic weapon. Speaking of which, this was not surprising at all. No one would use this method when they had nothing better to do. If they did use it, it would definitely be at a critical moment of life and death. Although it would cause great damage to the body after using it, it was worth it if it could save one's life. The tall man had already judged that Yang Qin was definitely not an opponent he could fight against at the moment the short man died. That was why he behaved so humbly. Now that he was in a desperate situation, he did not dare to relax at all. The flying sword slashed at Yang Qin, but his body had already shot out and fled in another direction. It was a good plan. He sacrificed a magic weapon and sacrificed his own blood essence in exchange for a chance to escape. If it was anyone else in such a situation, they would definitely make the same decision. However, all the plans required a relatively coordinated opponent to carry out. If the cultivation of both parties were similar, the power of the other party's magic weapon would suddenly increase by 10 times. Naturally, it would be invincible. Unfortunately, this time the tall man encountered Yang Qin. Facing the incoming flying sword, Yang Qin did not dodge at all. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique has given him a strong defense that is almost invincible. Not only that, Yang Qin also stimulated the golden bell. The huge golden bell phantom was outside Yang Qin's body. For dragon shadows flew up and down. The bloody flying sword was surrounded by 4 dragon shadows. Wang. The dull sound of a bell rang out from Yang Qin's body. The tall man, who was fleeing at high speed, suddenly stopped in midair. Then he felt something tighten around his head. His hair had been grabbed by someone, and his high-speed body was forcibly dragged to the ground. That was not all. A huge force came from the hair bun, and the tall man felt his body become light. He could not help but be thrown into the air. However, his hair bun was grabbed by someone and pulled down fiercely. Bang! The tall man was thrown to the ground in a very inelegant posture. His face fell, and his body slammed into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood that had been blocked in his chest for a long time finally spurted out. But because his face was also smashed into the ground, the old blood dyed the tall man's whole face into a bloody red face. Before the tall man could get up from the ground, a big foot stepped directly on his back. Without much force, the tall man's figure had involuntarily sunk another 2 inches. "You have recognized me, haven't you?" Yang Qin's voice, like the thunder from the 9th heaven, came into the ears of the tall man. The tall man no longer struggled this time. Even his own blood-killing technique could not buy himself a little time. Now that he was bitten by the blood-killing technique and was seriously injured, it was even more impossible to escape from the control of Yang Qin. "My Zhao family and you are irreconcilable." After Yang Qin slightly relaxed the pressure, the tall man was finally able to raise his face above the ground. The blood on his face made his face look indescribably ferocious, and even his words carried a hint of anger. Yang Qin was indeed recognized. At the moment when he used the Immortal chopping saber, the tall man found that Yang Qin's saber was very similar to a saber he had heard of, and the owner of that saber was the culprit who made the Zhao family disappear in the mortal world. It had been hundreds of years since the Zhao family was exterminated. Countless masters who had ascended from the sect had almost spread the news throughout the spiritual world. Even without these people, the propaganda effect of the demon sealing formation and the extermination of the Taishaman was countless times better than that of their full publicity. The demon sealing formation came from the Zhao family. If the Zhao family still did not know that something had happened in the mortal world at this time, then they were not worthy of being a secret family. From the mouths of others, the Zhao family also inquired about the cause of the extermination of the Zhao family in the mortal world. Of course, what everyone heard was the description of Yang Chen's family and the masters of the Taishaman. They also knew that the escape of Black Tortoise caused heaven's punishment, which led to everyone's death. He was a member of the Zhao family. Before ascending, the tall man was also an important figure in the Zhao family. He knew better than anyone the power of the Black Tortoise controlled by his family and the power of the demon sealing formation. It was impossible to break the blockade of the demon sealing formation with the power of the Black Tortoise alone. Yang Chen's role in it was far more than the rumor that he had just won an opportunity for the Black Tortoise. The short man was beheaded. The tall man recognized Yang Chen and immediately made a prompt decision. He would rather behave like a coward and wanted to know Yang Chen's secret. For this reason, he even told the secret of the ancient zither he had just learned. According to the tall man's plan, as long as he behaved well, Yang Chen would believe him. At that time, with a little means, a genius like Yang Chen would naturally fall into the trap unconsciously. Unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes. When he said that he was from an ancient family, Yang Chen had already paid attention to it secretly. In the tall man's endless narration, Yang Chen seemed to have been gradually guided by the tall man, but the unexpected question still made the tall man say his surname subconsciously. In any case, the tall man would not understand how he had made such a mistake. Of course, Yang Chen would not tell him that when he was plotting against Yang Chen, Yang Chen was also plotting against him. The powerful divine awareness suddenly exerted force in an instant, so that the tall man had no way to defend himself. This kind of advanced means of hypnosis required the cooperation of the tall man himself. All the previous actions to please Yang Chen became the way for him to be plotted by Yang Chen unconsciously. He was completely digging his own grave. "You have known me for a long time. Why didn't you go to me?" At this time, the tall man had no possibility of turning the tables. His life was in the hands of Yang Chen. Yang Chen lowered his head and looked at the tall man who was still struggling at his feet and asked in a deep voice, Chapter 16:07. "Do you think we don't want you to die?" These words were squeezed purely from the tall man's teeth. Yang Chen's big foot pressed on his body like a mountain, making it a little difficult for the tall man to even breathe. Needless to say, it was already good to be able to raise his head and not fall into the blood pit. Once upon a time, this was his favorite method to use in front of the enemy, but now it was used by Yang Chen on him. In fact, Yang Chen didn't have to think much to understand that the Zhao family must still have scruples. They were a secret family when they were in the mortal world, and it was still the same in the spiritual world. The secret of the demon continent, with the ancient books and records in the Zhao family manner, many sect members have vaguely guessed that it was related to the Zhao family. Now the Zhao family was too late to hide. How could they take the initiative to jump out? Now Yang Chen had been in the teeth of the storm because of the prolonging life pill. Without absolute certainty, the Zhao family would not easily take action and expose themselves in front of the cultivators all over the world. Even if they hated Yang Chen, their life and death enemy, they would not act rashly. It had to be said that the Zhao family was really good at forbearance, and they could endure such a situation. The Zhao family had been passed down for many generations, and there were many masters. He believed that if they really wanted to kill Yang Chen at all costs, Yang Chen could only escape. Fortunately, Yang Chen chose to share the Zhao family's ancient books and the demon sealing formation. Otherwise, When he came to the spiritual world, the first thing he would face would be the revenge of the Zhao family. Where is the Zhao family in the spiritual world? Yang Qin asked again. The Zhao family was a great enemy of life and death, and Yang Chen would not always wait for others to find him. Sometimes Yang Chen didn't mind taking the initiative to bring a few heaven immortal masters to the door at the right time to strangle the danger in the cradle. Don't even think about knowing. The tall man was absolutely loyal to the family. How could he easily tell the enemy where the family was? Lowering his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. Just wait for your sect to be annihilated by our Zhao family. After saying that, without waiting for Yang Qin to make a move, he let out a muffled grunt and mobilized his spiritual energy. His cultivation had already been forcefully reduced by several small realms due to the sanguine massacre he had used not long ago. Even if he managed to escape safely, he would need at least a few hundred years to recuperate. He might not be able to advance any further in the future. Now that he was captured by Yang Qin, there was no hope for him to escape. The tall man was afraid that he would not be able to withstand Yang Chen's means and reveal the Zhao family secret, so he might as well end it all. Yang Chen was keenly aware that the tall man was using spirit force. He exerted a little force with his foot, and the tall man was once again stepped into the soil. However, this time, the tall man did not want to resist at all. Instead, he used his spiritual power to detonate himself. This fellow was ruthless to others, but he was also ruthless to himself. After knowing that there was no hope for him, he immediately committed suicide. His decisiveness was shocking. Yang Chen was aware of the tall man's plan at the last moment, but it was too late to stop it. For a peak human immortal master who wanted to die, as long as it was not a master at the golden immortal level, no one could stop him from committing suicide, and Yang Chen couldn't either. Boom! The tall man's body exploded. Yang Chen had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly left, but he was still splashed with flesh and blood. Fortunately, the golden bell appeared in time and blocked the flesh and blood from Yang Chen's body, so he did not become a bloody man. Looking at the mess here, Yang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't intend to kill anyone from the beginning of this trip. Even the middle-aged scholar, he only intended to quietly control him and observe the ancient zither. After getting the news, he would leave immediately. But the tall and short man were ruthless. Not only did they kill the scholar, but they also wanted to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen was certainly not a fuel-efficient lamp. As a result, he became like this. Although things went against his wishes, Yang Chen's harvest was far greater than expected. Not to mention anything else, he just wanted to know the secret of the ancient zither, but now he found more. He got 3 ancient zither alone. Not only that, he also knew that the Zhao family had been enduring in the spiritual world and always wanted to get the idea of Yang Chen. The ancient zither was not only the key to Yang Chen's spiritual awareness problem, but it had also become a clue to investigate the Zhao family. After hurriedly cleaning up the mess here, Yang Chen left with his spoils of war. Some things were not suitable to be observed on the spot. Yang Chen knew the way. There were still 6 ancient zither outside, but Yang Chen was not in a hurry to find the other ones to make a set immediately. It seemed that his friend in the immortal world said that he got the clue from an ancient zither. He just needed to see if the 3 zither in his hands hid the secret. It was just a few 5th-grade ancient zither, so what if they were made into a set? It was not worth Yang Chen's interest. In another safe, placed tens of thousands of miles away from this place, Yang Chen took out 3 ancient zither and began to explore them carefully in turn. An ancient zither that was enlarged tens of thousands of times appeared in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. At a glance, Yang Chen found the problem with the zither string. The tendons of the Kanwujiao were refined into a unique zither string. Was this the secret? Yang Chen shook his head directly in his heart. It was such a simple thing. Using a 5th-grade magic weapon to cover it was a bit clumsy. Moreover, the secret that Yang Chen wanted was not a magic weapon, but a map. After carefully checking it inch by inch, Yang Chen finally found something unusual again. Like the Kanwu Jiao string, another zither string seemed to have a little problem. This zither string was very carefully wrapped. Even if he used his spiritual awareness to explore it countless times, he would only think that it was an ordinary zither string that was not much different from the other ones. However, in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, this zither string finally showed a trace of abnormality. At first, even Yang Chen thought that it was just an ordinary zither string, but in the process of Yang Chen's careful observation, Yang Chen actually found that the white dragon in his sea of consciousness was slowly floating towards this zither string without any command from him. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with this zither string. Under the almost all-pervasive exploration of the spiritual awareness, after being magnified tens of thousands of times, Yang Chen finally found that this zither string turned out to be an ordinary zither string that was 99% wrapped outside. The innermost strand was the hidden secret. This was an extremely thin thread, and it was wrapped in a thick layer. It had been meticulously refined, and there was not the slightest bit of abnormal aura. It was not until Yang Chen carefully opened the things wrapped outside that he found that the extremely thin strand inside was also a zither string. It was just that the material of this zither string was a little exaggerated. The thing that made this zither string was something from the dragon's body. If Yang Chen was not wrong, it should be a dragon's beard. Chapter 1608. The moment he found the dragon whisker string, Yang Chen's heart was suddenly enlightened. That's right. Only this level of things was worth covering with a 5th-grade magic treasure ancient zither, even using the zither string of Lanwu Jiao to cover it. Since the dragon clan left the mortal world collectively, they rarely appeared in the spiritual world. It has been hundreds of thousands of years now. There were only a few people who could use the dragon's objects to refine magic treasures. Only Yang Chen, who got the news from the East Sea Dragon King, could have a few magic treasures of the dragon clan. Now there was another one, but he didn't know what master refined it. No wonder the white dragon, condensed by the dragon chi in the sea of consciousness, would automatically float to the zither string. They were of the same origin, so they would naturally attract each other. This was also good. In the future, if he encountered any dragon's objects, he would be able to distinguish them by the dragon chi. For a while, Yang Chen forgot to look for clues in the ancient zither. Since he encountered the dragon whisker string, he had to take it for himself anyway. If he didn't take it, he would be blamed. This kind of thing that fell into his hands automatically. No matter what, Yang Chen would not take the initiative to push it away. The refiner was very careful. The dragon whisker strings were covered up flawlessly, but the refinement was very ingenious. The outer cover and the dragon whisker strings were not fused into one, but could be easily separated after opening a certain position. After magnifying the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen easily found the position of separation and took out the thin dragon whisker string alone. The remaining part of the cover was still a complete zither string. Even if it was played, people could not hear any difference from before. It was really a refining master. The thin dragon whisker string was held in his hand. It was as light as nothing, but Yang Chen could feel a faint long way from it. This long way was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. If it wasn't for the dragon chi in Yang Chen's body, he might not be able to detect it at all. However, as long as the dragon's whisker zither was stretched taut and lightly plucked, it would naturally carry an indescribable aura. If any expert were to play the zither with such strings, they would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in terms of momentum. Yang Chen wasn't an expert in music, so he didn't dare to say whether the strings were good or bad, but he could comment on the crafting method. If the current 9 grades were used to evaluate magic treasures, then this zither string could be classified into the upper 8th or 9th grade category. This was only a single string. If the entire body was made of this kind of string, and even the body of the zither was refined from the body of the dragon clan, who knew what kind of magic treasure it would be that would drive people crazy? He found a string, but Yang Chen had 3 ancient zither on him. If it was anyone else, they would first check all the other 2 ancient zither. Yang Chen was no exception. He first put away the one that he had finished examining, then took out the second one and began to examine it carefully. One side of the string pillar was refined from the bones of the Kanwu Jiao. This should be the same concealment method as the previous zither. After a rough examination, Yang Chen still let the dragon qi automatically determine whether there were dragon items on the zither. Unsurprisingly, the other side of the string pillar also attracted the dragon qi. However, when Yang Chen examined it in detail, he found that it was not a complete side of the string pillar. Only half of the string pillar was related to the dragon clan, and it was nested in the ordinary materials wrapped around it. This half of the string pillar was refined from the bones of a dragon. As for the specific location of the dragon bone, Yang Chen couldn't tell for the time being. Similarly, this half of the string pillar was very easy to separate. Since he already had the zither strings, Yang Chen didn't waste much time and put this half of the string pillar into his pocket. The third zither was also a dragon whisker string, but the thickness was different. It should be a string with a different tone from the first one. On the 3 zither, Yang Chen found 3 things. The tall man said that there were a total of 9 zither like this. After collecting all 9 zither, Yang Chen would have a whole set of zither made from dragon items. Originally, Yang Chen didn't care much about the zither itself. He didn't even have the intention to collect the other 6 zither. However, after discovering the dragon whisker string and the dragon bone string pillar, even Yang Chen couldn't help but think that he should spend some time to collect the other zither. In a few decades, this zither would completely become the background of the major auctions. Maybe the Zhao family couldn't find out the secret of the zither, so they came up with the method of the tall and the short. They released the zither and carefully monitored it to see who could discover the secret of the zither. In this way, Yang Chen still had a great chance to collect all the other 6 zither. Compared with solving the big problem of the spiritual awareness, for the time being, collecting the zither was not an urgent matter. He could wait for the wind to blow over and then slowly think of a way. At present, what Yang Chen needed most was to solve the problem of the spiritual awareness as soon as possible. The solution, at present, was hidden in this zither. Yang Chen learned from his friend in the Immortal world that as long as he used a complete set of the right method, the map hidden in the zither would appear, and he would be able to find the place where the master was imprisoned, spend his own spiritual awareness to open the seal, and get the gratitude of the imprisoned heaven immortal master. However, no one would have thought that the entire set of techniques was to completely and accurately play a relatively popular song twice. Moreover, what made people speechless was that when playing the zither for the first time, the zither song had to be played backwards and played completely. Generally speaking, it was very natural to play a song twice normally. Many zither masters practiced more than 10 times when practicing, but no one would play the zither completely in reverse order. Therefore, the key to unlocking the secret had not been discovered until now. Even Yang Chen's friend, because of a bet with a certain guy who was extremely familiar with a certain song, not only could he recite it backwards, but he could even play it backwards. In this case, he used a zither to play a song and discovered the secret of the zither. Since he already knew the key to unlocking the map, Yang Chen, of course, began to prepare a few years ago. Yang Chen had learned all the tunes of the song. Although he did not play it well, the key to unlocking the map was to play each note in the correct order. That is, to correctly pluck each string. There was not much requirement for the level of performance. With Yang Chen's level, it was enough to deal with it. In the case where Yang Chen was not proficient, but every note was correct, Yang Chen finally completed a complete performance twice. Chapter 1609. When Yang Chen played the last note accurately, the zither in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then a remnant of spiritual sense rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and a complete map appeared in his sea of consciousness. Without saying anything, a large number of spiritual sense threads in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness squirmed rapidly, and in a short while, the map outlined by the remnant of spiritual sense was completely copied. After a while, the divine sense slowly dissipated, leaving no trace behind. A random zither happened to be the one with the map in it. Yang Qin didn't feel that he had such good luck, so he immediately took out the second zither and continued to play. Fortunately, this zither also preserved a map. Unfortunately, this map was completely different from the previous one. Two zither, two maps. Could it be true and false? Or was there another possibility? Yang Qin didn't have time to judge whether it was true or false. He first took out the third zither and played the same. Unfortunately, Yang Qin's guess in his heart became a fact. The third zither contained a third map, which was completely different from the previous two. There were two possibilities. The map could be real and false. In his previous life, Yang Qin's friend from the immortal world was lucky enough to find the right place with only one zither. Another possibility was that all the maps were real, and the 9 maps in the 9 zither had 9 heaven immortal experts sealed in them. If this was the case, it had to be said that the ancestors of the Zhao family were really generous. 9 heaven immortal experts were casually sealed by them. If it was an ordinary sect, this was simply a force that could directly destroy the whole sect. No wonder he had never heard of the Zhao family in his previous life. They could endure and were generous. It would be strange if ordinary people could find these two things. There was only one way to know whether it was true or false. That was to personally go to the place on the map and see if he could really rescue a heaven immortal expert, or even 3. The 3 locations marked out on the 3 maps could be said to be completely different from each other. There was at least a distance of hundreds of thousands of li between them. 3 different directions. If each of those locations had a heavenly immortal sealed away, Yang Qin could not figure out why. In any case, with the map in hand, Yang Qin had achieved his goal. Before leaving, Yang Qin had to go back to Chunyang Palace, at least to greet the head of the palace, so as not to have no news and cause their misunderstanding. Each of the 3 zither had a unique divine sense imprint on them, which allowed them to be tracked at any time. Most people would never be able to discover this unique spiritual sense imprint, and would only think that it was the spiritual power fluctuations of the zither. But in front of Yang Qin, especially in his knowledge C, which had been magnified tens of thousands of times, these divine sense imprints were as bright as a bonfire burning in the dark night. To solve this, Yang Qin was very experienced. In order to avoid the tracking of Li Liheng's spiritual sense, Yang Qin wrapped the spiritual sense imprint with his own spiritual sense threads. The unique spiritual sense threads cultivated by the 3 purities secret art had been tempered by the spiritual sense of the great principal golden immortal. It was unreasonably strong, and it was more than enough to shield a few spiritual sense imprints. Not only was it shielded, but it was not difficult to erase it directly. However, for the other 6 zither and the Zhao family, Yang Qin decided to leave these spiritual sense imprints. Maybe one day he could lure the Zhao family out. After dealing with the zither, Yang Qin returned directly to the sect. This trip had been a few years, and the sect must have had more changes. For the time being, a few years was not enough for the forces of the spiritual world, especially for a force like Chunyang Palace, which started from scratch, to achieve qualitative change. However, the sect's framework had been completely set up, and many natives of the spiritual world had been accepted as the sect's preparatory disciples. Of course, they were known as slaves. To be honest, there was really nothing worth coveting by other sect people here in Linyang River, and even the rogue cultivators were too lazy to come and fight for it. At best, there were a few human immortal level spiritual veins, and Chunyang Palace only occupied one. To put it bluntly, even if someone blatantly occupied other places, Chunyang Palace did not have enough manpower to snatch it back. Based on this situation, Chunyang Palace had almost no disputes in its own territory. The contact with other sect was just that a few cultivators had come, both in the sect and rogue cultivators. Their purpose was nothing more than to ask Yang Qin for the prolonging life pill. The prolonging life pill was Yang Qin's personal item, and the sect had no right to dispose of it. Therefore, these people did not achieve their purpose. However, people who knew Yang Qin knew that Yang Chen attached great importance to the sect, so they were very polite to the elders, such as the head of the palace. They all understood that it was impossible to get the prolonging life pill directly from Chunying Palace. But at least they could make friends, and they could also give Yang Qin a little favor from the side. Things that could save lives at a critical moment were still worth everyone's effort. After a simple greeting with the head of the palace, Yang Chen came to the sea again and returned to his home. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junki were both there. When they saw their husband coming back, they were naturally very happy. After the couple reunited for a few days, Yang Qin took the three women to patrol around the Lihan Sea. Lan Ning was now a neighbor of Yang Chen's family, and she was unwilling to be lonely and wandered around the sea. The purpose of patrolling the Lihan Sea was to make Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map more perfect, and the other purpose was to explore the spiritual veins of the Lihan Sea. The mysterious seed left by Master Wang of Jufu, Lu, required a lot of spiritual power to be stimulated. Yang Chen must find a continuous supply of spiritual power in order to be able to let Zhu and Abai fully stimulate it. In fact, during this period of time, Gong Sunling had been staying in the Dragon Palace on the Lihan Sea. The sea map would automatically fill in some of the exposed spiritual veins. As Gong Sunling already knew, there were still no less than 4 spiritual veins of the fairy Immortal level, but they were far away from the coast, and Lanning had also seen it from a distance. There were super powerful sea beasts there. If Yang Chen wanted to use spiritual power, he could use Gong Suanling's sea map directly. However, Yang Chen still felt that it should be safe. Once the spiritual power of the fairy Immortal level spiritual veins was extracted too much, it was estimated that it would attract the attention of those super powerful sea beasts. The current Chunying Palace could not afford any movement. It was best to find more spiritual veins to share, and there would not be too much fluctuation. According to the location in his memory, Yang Chen took his family and Lanning in the shuttle and turned back and forth several times in the Lihan Sea at high speed, even when passing through the nests of those super powerful sea beasts. Fortunately, the speed was fast enough and they did not stop for long. Those sea beasts saw that they were just passing by and did not pursue them. On Gong Suanling's sea map, there were hundreds of spiritual veins on this trip. Chapter 1610. On the original map of the East China Sea and the South China Sea, it was now full of bright and dark spots. Each bright spot indicated that this was a large or small spiritual vein. Yang Chen's pure bottle medicine garden was simply re-refined by Yang Qin. The weight was controlled within a certain range, and then it was placed on Gong Suanling's map. The spiritual power of hundreds of spiritual veins was absorbed proportionally according to the level of the spiritual veins. So many spiritual veins were enough to support the mysterious seed of Wang Dong Zhu of the Blessing Gathering Pavilion to germinate. That is, if Gong Sunling refined the sea map, there would be such a possibility. Otherwise, no sect could come up with hundreds of spiritual veins at the same time for a seed to germinate. Even if the Profound Heaven sect was the first in terms of comprehensive strength, it would not necessarily be able to come up with it. As Zhu and Bai were responsible for taking care of the mysterious seed carefully. In addition to taking care of the other medicinal materials in the medicine garden, they had another important job at the same time. Once they found that there was something wrong with the mysterious seed, they would destroy it immediately, even if it had already germinated and grown. Zhu and Bai were the spirit of the medicine garden. As long as something grew in the medicine garden, it could not escape the control of the 2 women. Ayu, a Ling junkie, you have been in the spiritual world for so long. Do you feel any difference between cultivating in the spiritual world and in the mortal world? When everything settled down, Yang Qin asked his 3 wives and concubines very seriously in the Dragon Palace. It seems that just relying on the cultivation method of the mortal world to the extreme, the spiritual power alone is not enough to improve the realm. Tao Junki had ascended for the longest time and had the most insights on this. In hundreds of years, she only improved a few small realms, which was far from comparable with the cultivation speed of the geniuses in the mortal world. And you must change to the cultivation method of the spiritual world. Otherwise, the cultivation method of the mortal world will not be able to support the absorption of 100 times the spiritual pressure in the spiritual world. Tao Junki was born in Taishanmen. When she arrived in the spiritual world, there was a profound heaven sect to guide her, and she could immediately come into contact with the cultivation method of the spiritual world, so there was no shortage in this aspect. However, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and other people in Chunying Palace did not have this convenience. They still knew those martial arts in the mortal world, which was much less efficient. Yang Qin and Gao Yu Gong Sunling cultivated the origin cultivation method and also faced the same problem. Up until now, Yang Qin had not found the advanced version of the origin cultivation method. This was Yang Qin's mistake. Cultivating the source cultivation technique in the mortal world had a huge advantage. But in the spirit realm, although he could still maintain his daily cultivation, without an advanced version, his future cultivation would fall further and further behind. The state of mind in the mortal world is completely different in the spirit realm. Gao Yu said slowly. For the time being, she had not felt the problem of the cultivation method, but she could already feel some differences in the improvement of her state of mind. Gong Sunling didn't speak, but nodded silently, completely agreeing with Gao Yu's words. When you reach the spirit realm, if you ascend normally, your state of mind is basically enough. Yang Chen was very satisfied with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's perception. He nodded slightly and said, in addition to spiritual power, the biggest obstacle to the improvement of the spirit realm is the mastery of the laws of the power of the spirit realm. This was not only said to Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, but also to Tao Junki. Because Tao Junki did not have a lack of cultivation method, it was basically smooth sailing. On the contrary, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling did not feel it as deeply. Sometimes things were like this. Not everything went smoothly was perfect. A little setback could allow one to understand more things. One sentence made the three women fall into contemplation. No one spoke, thinking about the content of Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen's words actually mentioned a basic requirement. That was the state of mind. Normal ascending masters have already experienced enough honing, so there is no need for more hardships on this. Only those who simply rely on strong strength to survive the tribulation, and their state of mind has not reached great success, will have such a deficiency. At this point, Mu Mingyuan, who ascended directly in the past, was in trouble, and Yang Lan and Yang Lan were also in trouble. Speaking of Mu Mingyuan, when Yang Chen returned to Chunying Palace this time, he also saw Mu Mingyuan's figure. He ascended earlier than everyone in Chunying Palace. After ascending, it took him hundreds of years to heal in the reception town. After leaving the reception town one step ahead of the master of the palace, Mu Mingyuan knew that his cultivation was poor, but he was not discouraged. He directly found an ordinary corner of the natives and changed his name into his original form. He observed the lives of those natives when he had nothing to do, but it also made him make up for a lot of the shortcomings in the mortal world. When he heard that Chunying Palace had been established in the spiritual world, Mu Mingyuan decisively rushed to Chunying Palace and was now a disciple of Chunying Palace's Hall of Eccentrics. Over the years, Mu Mingyuan had a lot of insights, which was enough to make up for the shortcomings in his state of mind and become a real human immortal master. For the time being, he ascended the earliest, but his cultivation was the lowest, at most the second grade of human immortal. However, in the future, as long as he cultivated diligently, with his qualifications, it was not impossible to ascend to the immortal world. Mu Mingyuan's affairs could not be considered by everyone for the time being, but the problem that Yang Qin said was something that everyone had to consider carefully. The mastery of the rules of power was no longer a simple control of the human heart. It was completely different from the realm in the mortal world. The so-called state of mind had almost been trained in the human world. Those who had not been enlightened could not have any chance to be enlightened, unless there was a master who was willing to live incognito among the natives. It was not Mu Mingyuan who had no way. Which one of the dignified human immortals, earth immortals, or even fairy immortals was willing to do so? What Yang Chen said was also a solution for Chunyang Palace in a short period of time. There was no higher cultivation method that could greatly improve their cultivation. Of course, it was not an expedient measure. The understanding of the rules was extremely useful at any time, even if one became an earth immortal or a fairy immortal. In addition to settling down the sect, this was also one of Yang Chen's purposes for coming back. The clues obtained from the ancient zither would take at least a few decades of Yang Chen's time. Yang Chen had to point out the direction of cultivation for his own people. Finally, Yang Chen told the girls his plan. Hearing that Yang Chen was going to solve his own divine sense problem, none of the girls disagreed. It was just that they were going to be separated for decades, and the girls were a little reluctant, but no one stopped him, and no one insisted on following him. They knew what Yang Chen was thinking. He did not want them to follow him and be afraid. After saying goodbye to the girls, Yang Chen once again embarked on his journey. This time, Yang Chen intended to go to all the places shown on the 3 maps. Chapter 16:11. Among the people who ascended at about the same time as Yang Chen, no one was more familiar with the geography of the spiritual realm than Yang Chen. Even those who had ascended for thousands of years, or even longer, might not be able to compare with Yang Chen. Yang Chen knew all 3 places marked on the map. However, they were not in prosperous places. Instead, they were all distributed in barren hills and unruly rivers. 2 of them were even in extremely dangerous places. Even Yang Chen in his previous life would not necessarily choose those 2 places when he was desperately trying to avoid being hunted. The last place was relatively peaceful and not as dangerous as the first 2 places. As a result, this place was not rarely visited by people. Many rogue cultivators gathered in this area, which increased the chances of Yang Chen exposing himself if he wanted to sneak around. Of course, Yang Chen's first stop was a slightly simpler place. Even if there were a lot of cultivators, Yang Chen believed that as long as he was careful enough, he could still solve it without alarming anyone. Anyway, his main purpose was to be able to consume his spiritual awareness. Getting a celestial immortal guard was a side benefit, it was not a direct goal. Coincidentally, this area was also one of the many places that Yang Chen had proposed when he was seeking a place to stay in Chunyang Palace not long ago. The entire area belonged to Yanluo Mountain. After Yang Chen proposed to Yanluo Mountain, many sects sent a lot of experts to plow the entire boundary of Yanluo Mountain. No matter what kind of discovery was made, they would not let it go. As long as it was related to cultivation, all of them were carefully searched. After such a thorough search, those people also found a few earth immortal and heaven immortal spirit veins. No sect would complain about having too many heaven immortal spirit veins in their sect. The original owner of the area happily accepted these heaven immortal spirit veins. As for the newly discovered earth immortal spirit veins, they generously let some rogue cultivators occupy them. In just a few years, these places became very lively gathering areas for cultivators. Many rogue cultivators would choose to make a comeback and seek a place to cultivate here at a certain price. There was a unique mark on the map which should be the location where the antenna expert was imprisoned and sealed. The specific location was not very close to the spirit veins. On the contrary, it was at the edge of several spirit veins. This was also the reason why Yang Chen was confident that he would not alarm many people. Yang Chen knew in his previous life that there were several famous heaven immortal spirit veins in Yanluo Mountain. At the same time, it was also a very famous gathering place. However, it was a pity that Yang Chen did not come here in person in his previous life. Therefore, even if there was a map, Yang Chen needed to ask a few questions to determine the direction. There were really a lot of cultivators here. In less than half a day, Yang Chen met 3 or 4 of them. After Yang Qin asked for the way, he would seriously point out the direction to him. All of them were pointing in the same direction. Not a single one of them was wrong. Sometimes Yang Chen would be surprised. Was he so lucky that he met good people? After a few more days of travel, he would be able to reach his destination. Yang Chen didn't care too much about it. He went all the way to his destination. He didn't notice the surprise in the eyes of the few cultivators after they saw him off. The last person who had given him directions had actually shown a trace of surprise, but Yang Chen did not care. If it were Yang Chen, he would also be surprised that he did not go to the place where the spirit veins gathered, but to another desolate place where birds did not lay eggs. It was not a big deal. Not far ahead was the valley that Yang Chen wanted to go to. The shape of the valley was very special. From the top, it looked like a gourd. If an ordinary person wanted to go in, they would have to go through the small mouth of the gourd. The target that Yang Chen was looking for was at the bottom of the gourd. He needed to go through a narrow passage between two open spaces. This kind of terrain was not difficult for a human immortal level cultivator at all. When Yang Chen was planning to fly directly in, a warning sign appeared in his heart. He instantly stopped his figure, hovered in the air, and carefully stared at the surroundings. He did not know when, but above the gourd valley, a large group of ordinary-looking flying insects had appeared in an area hundreds of feet around Yang Chen. With Yang Chen as the center, they formed a huge circle of flying insects. These flying insects looked exactly the same. They were not even the size of a pinky nail. They were gray and looked inconspicuous. However, the large number of them was accompanied by a buzzing sound of flapping wings, which made people feel very uncomfortable. According to common sense, such flying insects could be smashed into a ball with a slap. However, for no reason, Yang Chen felt a sense of danger. If he forced his way in, it was likely that he would be entangled by these flying insects. Taking out an ordinary flying sword, Yang Chen gently flicked his finger. The flying sword flew straight into the group of flying insects hundreds of feet away. Yang Chen did not use his spiritual sense to control the sword. He purely relied on brute force to flick it over. However, on the flying sword, Yang Chen attached a thread of spiritual sense to let him know what would happen. As soon as the flying sword reached the group of flying insects, just as Yang Chen expected from the beginning, the sharp edge of the sword cut a flying insect that happened to touch the blade into two. Everything seemed normal, but what happened next directly made Yang Chen feel a chill down his spine. In that direction, countless flying insects suddenly rushed to the flying sword, as if the flying sword was a delicious food, gnawing at it madly. The noise of the crunching could be heard even from hundreds of feet away by Yang Chen. The flying sword, under the crazy gnawing of the flying insects, disappeared without a trace before it fell to the ground. It was all swallowed by these inconspicuous little flying insects. Not only the flying sword, but even the thread of spiritual sense attached to the flying sword by Yang Chen seemed to have become a delicious food for the flying insects. A few flying insects desperately entangled the thread of spiritual sense, and Yang Chen immediately felt a pain. It was the pain from the spiritual sense, as if the pain was spontaneously generated in the depths of the soul. Yang Chen made a prompt decision and took the initiative to cut off the thread of spiritual sense. The moment after he cut it off, he saw that from the flying sword to the place where the thread of spiritual sense was cut off, countless flying insects formed a thin line, and the arrangement was exactly the shape of the thread of spiritual sense. In the blink of an eye, the feeling of the thread of spiritual sense disappeared, as if it had never existed. What kind of insect was this? Not only could it swallow the flying sword, but it could also swallow the spiritual sense. If it were not for Yang Chen's vigilance and using his spiritual sense to control the sword, most of his spiritual sense would have been corroded. Chapter 16:12. Even with Yang Chen's knowledge, he didn't know what this flying insect was. It was a little scary to think about it. If he rushed up regardless, it was definitely the initiative to send meat to the tiger's mouth. Fortunately, the intuition saved Yang Chen's life. Since the danger had been discovered, it was much better than the danger or the unknown situation. He just had to find a way to deal with it. To reach the bottom of the gourd valley, Yang Chen must pass through the encirclement of these insects. It was not known why these insects only surrounded Yang Chen and did not swarm up. However, these insects at least had a weakness that could be used. That was, they were not very strong and an ordinary flying sword could cut them. Of course, there was another better thing to deal with such a swarm of insects. That was fire. As long as it was an insect, it was usually afraid of fire, and Yang Chen happened to be an expert in playing with fire. After a loud snap, 2 fire dragons, one black and one white, rushed out of Yang Chen's body and roared toward the insects in 2 directions. After burning the fire cultivator of Qi Men's sect last time, Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire once again appeared in the spiritual world. Unlike the roaring yin-yang fire dragon at that time, the 2 fire dragons that appeared this time were slender like 2 chopsticks, and the length was only a few feet. They were 2 miniature versions of the fire dragons. Yang Chen still felt that something was wrong. Even if he used his own yin-yang heaven-burning fire, he still couldn't relieve the fear in his heart. This was the natal fire seed. Yang Chen easily separated such a trace and rushed into the swarm. Boom! 2 thin fire dragons seemed to have directly rushed into the kerosene, instantly igniting a large number of flying insects. The flames rapidly spread among the flying insects, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the valley was turned into a burning sea of fire. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Chen took a long breath, as if he had avoided some danger, hovering in the same place, motionless. The intense flames burned for a long time before they slowly extinguished. However, the frightening thing was that the flying insects that were surrounded by the flames did not disappear. With Yang Chen's eyesight, he could naturally see that the flames on the flying insects were slowly extinguishing, but the flying insects were still intact. Not only that, the flying insects were originally gray and unremarkable, but under the burning of the flames this time, the bodies of the flying insects showed a bright red color. The surrounding gray circle immediately turned into a bright red circle, but the buzzing sound was still there. Even the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was not afraid of the flying insects. No wonder Yang Chen would have a feeling of fear in his heart, and even he did not dare to fully release his own life source fire seed at the beginning. Those flying insects were not afraid of burning at all, and even in the process of burning, they were still devouring the flames of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to supplement themselves. It looked like the flames were extinguished on their bodies, but they were actually swallowed into their stomachs. No wonder there were no people in this place, not even other living things could be seen. There was this group of flying insects that seemed to be able to devour even the spiritual awareness. What other living things could live here was really strange. Now it was certain that this place was definitely not the one found by his friend in the immortal world. That friend did not encounter such a terrifying thing at that time. However, if you think about it from another point of view, it was not a bad thing to have such a terrifying flying insect here. Everyone understood that the more powerful the power used to guard or defend, the more precious the thing being guarded or defended was. And these strange and creepy flying insects in front of him obviously meant that Yang Chen was going to unlock the seal. Perhaps it was a more exciting master than a fairy immortal master, or something else. Thinking so, but Yang Chen was not sure what it was. In particular, the most important thing now was to get through the encirclement of these flying insects. Otherwise, no matter how many ideas he had, they could only be ideas, not afraid of fire, not afraid of ordinary flying sword, and also able to devour spiritual awareness. With these factors, Yang Chen did not know what to do. Fortunately, it seemed that these flying insects would not take the initiative to attack as long as Yang Chen did not enter the valley, and Yang Chen's current height should still be out of the alert range of those flying insects. Now Yang Chen was already hesitating whether he had to enter this valley or not. Obviously, this was not the place where his friend found the fairy immortal master to guard. Yang Chen was not sure if there was an expert sealed here or if there was a hidden magic weapon. If it was an expert, Yang Chen could not be sure that the expert would be grateful. Therefore, at this time, it should be the safest choice for Yang Chen to turn back. However, at this time, Yang Chen was really unwilling to give up. Hovering in place, Yang Chen began to struggle in his heart. In his previous life, he had always been running for his life and struggling at death's door. He had never thought about fighting back. Later, he was captured by the people of the mysterious Heaven sect, and he had lost the will and ability to resist. At that time, he just wanted to survive and find an opportunity. Now that he had started over, should he still seek luck and avoid danger like he did in his previous life? In the mortal world, just as Li Cheng had said, there were not many people worthy of Yang Chen personally killing. However, now that he was in the spiritual realm, the immortal beheading blade could truly go on a killing spree. Facing these seemingly ferocious flying insects, was it necessary for him to temporarily avoid them? This was not only a question Yang Chen was asking himself, but also a question for his mentality when he faced the mysterious Heaven sect's life and death enemies in the future. If he retreated today because he was afraid of some flying insects, would he retreat tomorrow when he faced the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect? After a long time, Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief and finally made a decision. Even if there were countless difficulties and dangers in front of him, Yang Chen had to go through them. Weren't they just some troublesome flying insects? Was there really no other way? Could they devour divine sense? What would happen if their divine sense was blocked? If they were not afraid of fire, what would happen if they were replaced by highly toxic and corrosive water? Yang Chen understood that there was no creature in this world that was truly without weaknesses, and there was no creature that could truly devour everything. These flying insects were no exception. They must have something they were afraid of. Pum! A cloud of black smoke suddenly erupted beside Yang Chen. The smoke formed a ball of several dozen feet and completely wrapped around Yang Chen's figure. The black ball of fog began to slowly descend and fly toward the bottom of the valley. After flying past a certain direction, all the flying insects seemed to be summoned by something and flew towards the fog ball in a frenzy. Chapter 1613. The flying insects at the forefront made a hissing sound as soon as they touched the black mist, and then there was a cloud of white smoke at the edge of the black mist ball. Soon, the entire black mist ball was shrouded in white smoke, turning into a white ball with white smoke everywhere. The flying insects that had already rushed into the black ball let out a series of sharp hisses, accompanied by a terrifying buzzing sound. Anyone who heard it would involuntarily shiver. The black mist was not only a black mist, but under the cover of the black mist was a black water ball. When the flying insects collided with the water ball, they were corroded into white smoke. The water ball was thick enough to withstand dozens of layers of flying insects rushing in. According to the flying speed of the flying insects, it was impossible to break through and enter the innermost layer until they were completely corroded. Even with the terrifying devouring ability of the flying insects, they were helpless against this black mist, let alone the black water ball that would be served as soon as they came into contact with it. When the sharp hissing sounds rang out, the flying insects that were flying in the back seemed to have heard some kind of command. They quickly stopped outside the black mist ball and didn't rush in anymore. No one knew how many flying insects there were. Millions upon millions of flying insects were wrapped around the black mist ball, forming an even larger red ball. The ball made a teeth-aching buzzing sound and slowly descended to the bottom of the valley with the black mist ball in the middle. The black mist was, of course, Yang Chen's 9 Serenities flying sword. The 9 Serenities flying sword that had absorbed enough demonic energy could completely isolate the exploration of divine awareness. This also led to that even if Yang Chen was using divine awareness to control the sword, those flying insects could not devour Yang Chen's divine awareness at all. The black water in the inner layer was Yang Chen's 9th water flying sword. This black water was originally some poisonous water secreted by the ultimate demonized demonic vine of the demon continent. As Yang Chen expected, those flying insects that could devour the flying sword, devour divine awareness, and even devour flames might be able to swallow the black water. But they couldn't resist the poison of the black water and were corroded cleanly in the struggle. At this point, Yang Chen was completely relieved. With these two flying swords, at least Yang Chen was in an invincible position. The flying insects were very smart. After the flying insects in front were corroded, the ones in the back immediately stopped taking the initiative to die, but surrounded Yang Chen. They couldn't get in, and Yang Chen couldn't get out. The two were in harmony, and it could be regarded as reaching a temporary balance. Yang Chen's mind was no longer on these flying insects. Since the flying insects could no longer threaten Yang Chen's safety, they were distributed on the periphery. On the contrary, it became a natural protective layer for Yang Chen. At least when Yang Chen spent time consuming his spiritual awareness, he would not have no resistance at all. With such a huge red flying insect ball, Yang Chen didn't fly fast. Because he didn't dare to release his divine awareness easily, everything relied on the memory of Yang Chen's observation from above. While the black mist made the flying insects unable to devour the divine awareness, it also limited Yang Chen's perception to a few feet in the black mist ball. Only in this place could Yang Chen dare to use his divine awareness to explore boldly. Just the open space at the bottom of the valley had a radius of almost dozens of miles. Yang Chen spent at least 10 days in the front and back, and this slowly explored the whole area. With the map in his sea of consciousness, with his sensitivity to certain abnormal situations, Yang Chen finally found what he was looking for. It was a formation, a huge ceiling formation. Speaking of which, Yang Chen realized after 10 days that the entire bottom of the valley was actually the distribution range of that formation. What Yang Chen was looking for was just the array eye of the ceiling formation. The flying insects were very mysterious, but Yang Chen was not unfamiliar with the ceiling formation. In the Immortal world, Yang Chen had seen this kind of ceiling formation. The strange thing was that this ceiling formation would consume a lot of spiritual power, and there was no visible spiritual vein around the valley. He really didn't know how this formation lasted until now. As Yang Chen had always expected, this formation required a lot of divine awareness to unlock the seal. Yang Chen had found the right array eye, and also found the place where he should enter the divine awareness. Next, it should be a long process of unsealing the divine awareness. After understanding this formation, Yang Chen's last worry also disappeared. This formation was indeed used to seal an expert. When it was sealed, the sealed expert would fall into a deep sleep without any consciousness. In the process of unsealing, the sealed expert would continue to be invaded by the divine awareness of the person who unsealed them. After being unconsciously invaded by the divine awareness of the person who unsealed them for a long time, they would naturally feel a sense of closeness to the person who unsealed them and would never immediately deal with the person who unsealed them. This was also the reason why Yang Chen's friend spent hundreds of years to unlock the seal, and the sealed expert took the initiative to become his guard. If there was no accident, in the near future, Yang Chen would also have an unknown cultivation level expert as a guard. Yang Chen was looking forward to it. With the layers of flying insects outside constantly making buzzing sounds, Yang Chen felt a lot safer. After finding a suitable place, Yang Chen took out the black jade praying mat from a long time ago, sat cross-legged on it, pressed his hands in a certain place, closed his eyes, and began to output the divine awareness. The red flying insects could not all be concentrated around Yang Chen, so half of them were divided to completely surround Yang Chen and the black fog ball, while the other half continued to spread throughout the valley. In addition to the valley changing from the original gray color to a bright red, everything else did not seem to have changed. The only way to unlock this seal formation was to use a powerful divine awareness to break the seal bit by bit. The seal was condensed by the divine awareness, used to block the mind of the expert, so it could only be cracked with the divine awareness. Yang Chen now had a lot of divine awareness, and it belonged to the kind of divine awareness that would backfire on him if he did not consume it in a short time. From the white ball, there was a steady stream of divine awareness being condensed. Even if Yangqin kept using it to repair the seeds of divine awareness left in the mortal world, there was still some left over. Now the remaining part was used as the key to unlock this seal formation, madly pouring into the seal of the formation. With the massive consumption of the divine awareness, Yangqin finally felt a long-lost relaxation. The condensed divine awareness that seeped out of the ball for the first time did not accumulate in the sea of consciousness and began to slowly decrease. Yangqin also tried to adjust the speed of the output of divine awareness, striving to be able to achieve a balance between the release and consumption of divine awareness. Just as Yangqin was quietly outputting his divine awareness from several directions in the valley, several groups of people came at the same time. Chapter 1614. Yangqin's spirit sense was limited to a radius of a few meters, so it was impossible for him to know what was going on outside. If he could see them, he would definitely recognize them. Among these people, there were a few cultivators that he had asked for directions before. "Are you sure they are here? Are you sure?" A person who seemed to be the leader of the group was confirming with another cultivator. "I'm listening very carefully. This is the gourd cave." The cultivator was one of the cultivators Yangqin had asked for directions before. He was afraid that the person in front of him wouldn't believe him, so he almost swore an oath. "That's right, they must be here." When the gourd cave entered their field of vision, no one doubted it anymore. The originally dusky scenery of the gourd cave had now turned into a bright red. It would be strange if there were no changes in the near future. Not only this group of people, but the people who rushed over from other directions also saw this scene. For a moment, everyone's heart trembled. The cultivators who often moved around Yanluo Mountain knew how powerful the gourd cave was. It was best not to enter without full confidence. Those flying insects looked very weak, and they were indeed very weak when killed. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, they could devour almost all magic treasures and divine sense. Just these 2 points were enough to make most cultivators retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. It wasn't that no one had come to investigate. 2 middle-grade sect and 4 or 5 groups of rogue cultivators had been defeated here. There was even a sect that lost more than 300 experts, dozens of earth immortals, more than 200 human immortals, and an early-stage heaven immortal expert. None of them returned. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the gourd cave. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to use their spirit sense to explore, so they didn't know the situation inside the gourd cave. They only knew the general layout of the terrain. No one knew what was inside the gourd cave. The most people guessed was that there should be an insect queen at the bottom of the valley, constantly producing flying insects. Otherwise, the number of flying insects wouldn't be so high. More than 90% of the flying insects in the gourd cave were killed in the most tragic battle. However, the number quickly recovered after battle. It was impossible for the flying insects to not reproduce. These inconspicuous little insects were called celestial devouring insects in Yanluo Mountain. They could devour heaven immortals, earth immortals, and human immortals. Many people were interested in the things inside the gourd cave. Even though there was no spirit vein, there must be a spiritual item that could breed such magical insects. Needless to say, some experts who played with insects were also interested in the celestial devouring insects, but they didn't know the way. Even those who had nothing to do with them coveted the possible spiritual item. Few people who were active in Yanluo Mountain did not know about the gourd cave and the immortal eating insect, so Yangqin's act of asking for directions completely exposed that he was a stranger. He only asked for directions, but didn't ask about the celestial devouring bug. It was either that he didn't know or he knew a way to deal with the celestial devouring bug. Yangqin thought it was a normal question, but he didn't know the reason behind it. Those people were surprised and went back to talk about it. Immediately, Some people felt that something was wrong and came to investigate. Looking at the bright red in front of them, everyone knew that something must have happened here. They had never heard of such a change before. What happened? No one dared to act rashly. Everyone found each other with their eyes, but no one paid attention to the other teams. Everyone was analyzing whether this change was good or bad. According to common sense, the brighter the color of the insects, the more ferocious they were. This color was a warning color to any creatures that tried to get close. But there were exceptions. Some insects with weak abilities could mimic this color and disguise themselves as fierce insects. What kind of situation was this? Someone carefully threw a low-grade magic treasure far away. According to the legend, this magic treasure would soon be attacked by the celestial devouring insects and be quickly devoured. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see any immortal devouring insects pouncing on the magic treasure. At most, a small group of insects flew away to avoid the magic treasure, and when the magic treasure landed, they gathered again. In the past, no one would come here to check if the celestial devouring insects could really devour magic treasures. Cultivators were not curious people and had to figure something out unless it was something they were particularly interested in. Now that everyone saw that the legend was not true, they immediately had different thoughts. What was going on? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that the kid who asked for directions had a unique way to change the habits of these celestial devouring insects and stop devouring magic treasures and divine scents, so people could naturally enter the Gourd Valley? Thinking about it carefully, this was very likely. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the color change of the celestial devouring insects. Nor could it explain why the magic treasure landed safely. According to the legend, ordinary magic treasures would be devoured before they even landed. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. No matter what, since the celestial devouring insects had changed and they had caught up, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. If they did not seize it, wouldn't it be a reckless waste of God's gift? Action was better than action. Immediately, someone looked around with sensitivity, and then his figure shot out, flying crazily toward the bottom of the valley. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people naturally followed suit, fearing that they would be left behind, rushing to be the first to fly out. It was the same in several directions. Even if they did not know what was at the bottom of the valley, it could not stop their greedy footsteps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of figures shot into the bright red celestial devouring insects like arrows, accompanied by bursts of cheerful laughter, as if they had already seen the valley full of magic treasures and spirit items quietly waiting for them to reach out and grab. Almost at the next moment, the cheerful laughter suddenly turned into mournful screams. Countless celestial devouring insects swarmed up as if they had seen a delicious meal, instantly surrounding the hundreds of figures. Noisy crunching sounds like chewing could be heard everywhere, and the same number of red insect balls, accompanied by bursts of screams, fell madly to the bottom of the Gourd Valley. Before falling to the bottom of the valley, those insect balls had already dispersed and turned into individual celestial devouring insects. As for those figures, they had already disappeared without a trace. Not a single trace of them was left. If there was a medicine for regret, those who rushed in would definitely understand a truth. It was not that the celestial devouring insects had no interest in magic treasures, but after eating Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire, they had no interest in ordinary magic treasures. Chapter 1615. Yang Chen didn't know about these things, and even if he knew, he wouldn't be interested. At most, he would sigh with emotion that even insects could improve his taste. As for those who died because of greed, Yang Chen wouldn't even sigh. The seal formation in the Gourd Cave was the best tool to devour spiritual awareness. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could feel through his own devoured spiritual awareness that the seal inside was weakening little by little, and the powerful existence that was sealed was also getting rid of the shackles little by little. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness output was stable and efficient. The spiritual awareness that seeped out of the ball, in addition to nourishing the spiritual awareness seed in the mortal world, was almost all assimilated in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. After being tempered, it would be all put into the seal formation by Yangqin as a weapon to attack the core of the seal. The spiritual awareness of a great principal golden immortal, after being condensed by the white ball and transformed by the three purities secret art, was simply beyond anyone's imagination. Even the person who arranged the seal formation probably wouldn't have thought that there would be such a terrifying guy like Yangqin in the spiritual world. In order to unlock a similar seal, Yangqin's friend, who was still in the early Earth immortal stage, spent hundreds of years to use his own spiritual awareness to grind open the seal little by little. Now, it only took Yangqin a short year to feel that the seal had a little loosening. It seemed that it would take no more than 10 years to completely unlock it. It was normal to think about it. Now Yangqin's spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the first grade of the fairy immortal realm. If it wasn't for Yangqin's active suppression, it wouldn't be a problem to rush to a higher realm. In the past, Yangqin's friend could only grind the seal intermittently. When his spiritual awareness was exhausted, he needed to cultivate again to recover. But Yangqin now had almost infinite spiritual awareness constantly scouring the seal. Shortening the time by dozens of times was not abrupt at all. During this period, Yangqin did not delay his normal cultivation. Like other people in Chunying Palace, he had no advanced version of the source cultivation method. Now he could only continue to practice. Fortunately, Yangqin already had the state of mind of a perfected golden immortal, so his cultivation was not affected at all. Three purities secret art, Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, Yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Universe treasure raising secret art, Heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, and Earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. With these celestial devouring insects as natural barriers, Yangqin didn't even need to use other methods of protection. Even if someone could break through the celestial devouring insects, it was impossible to approach Yangqin under the protection of the 9 serenities flying sword and the 9 water flying sword. Every day, the monotonous cultivation, the constant tempering of his spiritual awareness, made Yangqin's spiritual awareness strong to an incredible level. The 3 purities secret art has been improved unconsciously. It was originally in the early stage of the 4th layer, but now under this situation, it has entered the middle stage of the 4th layer. In the past, Yangqin had never dared to improve the realm of the 3 purity secret art, because he was afraid that it would cause the spiritual awareness to split. Now, under the premise that there was no sign of the spiritual awareness splitting at all, the realm of the 3 purities secret art has been improved, which really made Yangqin pleasantly surprised. The spiritual awareness threads in the sea of consciousness seemed to have become finer and more elusive. But Yangqin could clearly feel that these spiritual awareness threads were getting tougher and more flexible. By controlling the flying sword, it will have a stronger power, and at the same time, it will have a greater flexibility. Xiao Tian seemed to feel the changes in Yangqin and took the initiative to appear beside Yangqin. Now Xiao Tian's body was getting bigger and bigger. Usually, he would not appear beside Yangqin. Only when fighting would he obediently become Yangqin's sword. Having been cultivating the Dragon Clan's cultivation method, Xiao Tian's realm was also increasing day by day. Today, when it suddenly appeared, it seemed to have noticed the changes in Yangqin. It happily flew around Yangqin and wanted to express something. Yangqin quickly understood and took the initiative to send the spiritual awareness that had changed again into the body of Xiao Tian. In an instant, Xiao Tian seemed to enjoy something extremely delicious and immediately stopped flying. He quietly enjoyed the connection with Yangqin's spiritual awareness, and his body seemed to be undergoing a little subtle change. Unknowingly, the seal had almost been unraveled by half. Yangqin didn't realize the passage of time. When he noticed that even some of the surrounding immortal eating insects were contaminated with his spiritual awareness aura, he discovered that 3 years had passed. What made Yangqin feel strange was that the immortal eating insects that could devour the spiritual awareness didn't devour Yangqin's spiritual awareness. He didn't know what happened. What made Yang Qin even more puzzled was that his own spiritual awareness had been sealed within the range of the 9 nether flying sword and the 9th water flying sword. How did those immortal eating insects contaminate his spiritual awareness? With this question, Yang Chen continued to attack the seal, and in a blink of an eye, another year had passed. The seal had been unraveled by 2/3, and Yang Chen could even feel that the sealed master was slowly waking up, and at the same time he was also suffering from the washing of Yang Chen's huge spiritual awareness. At this point, Yang Chen had a new discovery. Under the entire gourd cave, there was a huge and surprising spiritual power that was constantly maintaining the operation of the seal formation. This spiritual power was so huge that it was not inferior to an ordinary heaven immortal level spiritual pulse. Soon, Yang Qin figured out the clues. The place of the gourd cave was located at the intersection of several earth immortal level spiritual pulses, and it was not without reason. Those so-called earthly immortal spirit veins were actually a few heaven immortal spirit veins. However, someone had used a powerful formation to concentrate most of the spiritual power in the gourd cave. That was why the rest of the veins were earthly immortal spirit veins. This was probably the great work of the ancestors of the Zhao family. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had seen the great work of the Zhao family once. An entire demon continent was opened up by the hands of the ancestors of the Zhao family. He just didn't know what the ancestors of the Zhao family wanted to do with these sealing formations. Was it to leave some life-saving capital for their descendants? In any case, the master sealed inside would no longer have anything to do with the Zhao family from now on. He believed that when the mystery was revealed, the Zhao family would definitely be shocked. Especially when the master left behind by the ancestors of the Zhao family was used as a weapon to attack the Zhao family, the feeling would be even stronger. Everything in the gourd cave happened so peacefully, but there was no such peace outside the gourd cave. More than 100 people went to explore the gourd cave and then disappeared. It soon attracted the attention of several nearby forces, and everyone soon discovered the changes in the immortal eating insects in the gourd cave. Everyone's eyes were temporarily focused on the gourd cave. Chapter 16:16. With the disappearance of more than 100 people, no one dared to risk their lives to see if the celestial devouring insects had become vegetarians. Even if the celestial devouring insects ignored the magic treasures they threw in, no one dared to act rashly. It wasn't that no one had tried to deal with the celestial devouring insects in other ways, such as burning them with fire as a snack. Wood attribute magic treasures were appetizers, and metal attribute magic treasures were even harder to deal with. If anyone got close, they would be directly devoured. The celestial devouring insects were not interested in earth attribute magic treasures, but no one dared to rush into the celestial devouring insects with earth attribute magic treasures. In other words, as long as one used a magic treasure, one had to use divine sense. Even a simple command required divine sense. Once the divine sense leaked, the celestial devouring insects would crazily devour it. The result of the divine sense being devoured was that the sea of consciousness would shake violently, and then it would be out of control, causing more divine sense to leak out. In the end, even if the cultivator wrapped himself tightly with earth attribute magic treasures, he would not be able to escape death. After death, it looked like the corpse was intact, but the divine sense had been completely devoured. Speaking of which, water seemed to be able to deal with the celestial devouring insects, but that was just the appearance. Ordinary water couldn't stop the attacks of the celestial devouring insects at all. Even if it was a highly corrosive poisonous water, if it didn't reach the level of the ultimate demonized vine essence, it wouldn't have much effect on the celestial devouring insects. The death of hundreds of celestial devouring insects couldn't stop them. Instead, it would make them even more ferocious. Only a barrier that could block divine sense and had a highly corrosive poison could block the all-pervasive attacks of the celestial devouring insects. It just so happened that Yang Qin had both, and the people outside couldn't think of it. Even if they thought of it, they might not be able to do it. However, the gourd cave was indeed changing, and the color of the celestial devouring insects began to change again. Some of the celestial devouring insects changed from bright red to a relatively reserved red. Of course, this change was only a part of it, and it was only the part near a certain area. The celestial devouring insects in other areas were still bright red. Since there was a change, it meant that there must be a reason for the change in the valley. Whatever it was, it had firmly attracted the attention of several forces. Even though they didn't dare to get close, it didn't stop them from paying attention to it for a long time. To a certain extent, the thing that cultivators lacked the least was time. What they wanted to know was the reason for the changes here and the benefits that these changes might bring to them. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Yang Qin had already sensed that the unbreakable seal was only a matter of time. In at most half a year, the seal would completely dissipate. Yang Qin still didn't know what kind of expert was sealed, but that expert had already begun to awaken. Yang Qin could feel this process from the spiritual awareness fluctuations in the seal, and the spiritual awareness fluctuations inside had become more and more obvious. The huge amount of spiritual energy underground had been supplying the sealing array, so not a single bit of it leaked out. But now, Yang Qin had also discovered that, in addition to supplying the spirit array, the combination of several spirit veins was also supplying the absorption of the expert in the spirit array. At the thought of this, Yang Qin couldn't help but feel a little shocked and a little excited at the same time. This expert, whose consciousness and everything was sealed, lay quietly in the seal, withstood the nourishment of several fairy immortal spirit veins every day. Even if he didn't take the initiative to cultivate, after a long time, his cultivation must have improved to an astonishing level. Fairy immortal expert? Yang Qin guessed that it was more than that. It was likely that he had already entered the realm of Supreme Master in the spiritual realm, at least at the level of Golden Immortal. If such an expert could become his friend, the safety of Chunying Palace would basically be at ease in the future. Being sealed within a radius of a few feet by the celestial eating bugs, Yang Qin didn't dare to explore with his spiritual consciousness. Naturally, he wouldn't find that 99% of the celestial eating bugs in the entire Gourd Valley had changed. Most of the celestial eating bugs had turned into a restrained red color and were no longer bright. Those people who had been watching the changes in the Gourd Valley could only watch helplessly as the color of the celestial eating bugs changed over the years. However, at this point, the day when all the celestial eating bugs changed was the day when the mystery was revealed. The experts of several forces also began to gather near the Gourd Valley, each occupying a direction, watching from afar, waiting for the day when all the changes were completed. In any case, this was their territory, their sphere of influence. In any case, they had to know what was going on and what benefits it would bring them. Finally, under everyone's expectations, the last celestial eating bug also finished changing its color. Yang Qin, who was at the bottom of the valley, clearly sensed that the huge seal suddenly dissipated at this moment. The seal formation shattered, and a huge spiritual power could no longer be sealed, rushing straight into the sky. The experts, waiting outside, suddenly sensed the torrent of spiritual power and couldn't believe their senses. A heaven immortal level spiritual vein. Not only that, but it could also reach the golden immortal level. It actually appeared in the Gourd Valley, a place where there had never been any spiritual fluctuations before. With the eruption of the spiritual vein, the dark red celestial eating bugs seemed to be unable to withstand the sudden spiritual impact. All of them were swept up high, and then, under the gaze of the people in the distance, they swayed and fell down. The hair-raising, buzzing sound of flapping wings had suddenly disappeared. It was so quiet that people were a little unaccustomed to it. No one seemed to have noticed this. Everyone stared blankly at the slowly falling celestial eating bugs, not knowing what to think. Something even more surprising happened in front of everyone's eyes. All the celestial devouring insects floated down to the ground, motionless without any signs of life. Countless celestial eating bugs covered the entire ground of the Gourd Valley, turning the Gourd Valley into a dark red valley. What's going on? How did those celestial eating bugs suddenly become like this? Under the signal of the leaders of several forces, 4 or 5 cannon fodder carefully moved closer to observe, and some even threw some stones to see what was going on. No matter what they did, the celestial eating bugs remained motionless. When someone carefully used a strand of divine sense to check, he found that his divine sense was not devoured, so he felt more at ease and released more divine sense. Finally, he found that these terrifying celestial devouring insects had become empty shells. They were dead. Chapter 16:17. All the celestial devouring insects were dead. The scouts could not believe that such a thing had happened. After confirming it a few times, they were overjoyed and quickly reported the discovery to the leaders of their respective forces. A golden immortal spiritual vein and the death of all the celestial devouring insects made the Gourd Valley a huge, juicy piece of meat in the eyes of several forces. The formless door is on a mission. Outsiders, get out of the way. This is the territory of the White Tiger Hall. Anyone who dares to enter will be the enemy of the White Tiger Hall. The Heaven Marshal City. Almost at the same time, several forces shouted out their signboards. Yenluo Mountain was not a peaceful place to begin with. The various forces in the sect were intertwined with each other, and the one with the biggest fist had the final say. Now that there was a newly discovered golden immortal spiritual vein, no one would fall behind. Everyone knew what a golden immortal spiritual vein meant to a cultivator and a force. If they did not fight for it now, when would they? Why did the celestial devouring insects die? It must be because they could not withstand a spiritual vein of this level, so their spiritual power exploded and they died. If they had known that it was so easy to kill the celestial devouring insects, they would have tried this method. However, it was too early for everyone to be happy. At the beginning, there was an explosion of spiritual power because the underground spirit vein had been sealed by the array formation for who knew how many years. Everyone rushed forward in a frenzy to grab a good spot. But before they reached the bottom of the Gourd Valley, the spiritual power had weakened. But even though the spiritual power had weakened, it still felt like a heaven immortal spiritual vein. The leaders of several forces around them were envious. The spiritual vein they had worked so hard to occupy was only an earth immortal spiritual vein. A heaven immortal spiritual vein was definitely worth risking their lives for. In the middle was the eruption of spiritual power from the spirit vein. In the surrounding directions, there were cultivators with red eyes. All of them had already taken out their life, source, magic treasures. From time to time, their vigilant eyes flashed in all directions. The scene was like a huge bomb that could explode at any moment. "What's that?" A surprised voice awakened the cultivators who were about to make a move. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bottom of the Gourd Valley. White smoke was rising from that location. The corpses of the celestial devouring insects were slowly disappearing, and soon a cloud of black mist was revealed. The black mist was still emitting white smoke, which was very strange. The sudden change in the situation calmed the people who were about to start a fight. Everyone's attention was focused on that location. Perhaps that was where the real secret of the Gourd Cove was, and no one wanted to miss it. When there were no more corpses of the celestial devouring insects above the black mist, the white smoke finally disappeared. That area had become the only black circle in the dark red. Countless people probed with their divine senses, but as soon as they came into contact with the black fog, they would feel uneasy. Their divine senses were unable to penetrate the black fog and see what was inside. Everyone who saw this was ecstatic. The sudden explosion of the heaven immortal spirit vein had killed all the celestial devouring insects. Now they would have a chance to see the ultimate secret of the Gourd Cave. However, with the previous lesson of the celestial devouring insects, everyone withdrew their divine senses once they realized that their divine senses could not penetrate the black fog. They stared at the black fog nervously, thinking about how to solve the secret. Yang Chen finally saw the appearance of the awakened expert. To Yang Chen's surprise, the sealed expert turned out to be a demon race. His original body was a celestial devouring insect that had been enlarged several times. In addition to the difference in size, the color of the body was also different. The small celestial eating insects outside at first were gray in color, then turned into bright red, and finally became a restrained dark red that Yangchen did not see. This celestial eating insect was black, only in some parts there were some white lines. It had a black body and a pair of black wings. They were dark and shiny, and there were clear white lines dotted on them. The celestial devouring insect was only half the size of Yang Chen's body. Its two huge compound eyes did not seem to have the slightest vitality. It stared at Yang Chen, but Yang Chen could not be sure whether it was looking at him or not. The celestial devouring insect did not emit a strong aura, but Yang Chen had no doubt that it was definitely a supreme golden immortal expert who had surpassed the heaven immortal level. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not feel afraid because there was a familiar feeling coming from the celestial devouring insect, as if it had been in contact with Yang Chen for hundreds of thousands of years. There was a sense of familiarity in the relaxed feeling. Yang Chen understood that this should be the benefit he gained after using his divine sense to unlock the seal. At least this supreme golden immortal expert would not treat him as an enemy. Who are you? The celestial devouring insect did not have the slightest hostility towards Yang Chen and naturally sent out a divine sense to contact Yang Chen. A strange voice immediately sounded in Yang Chen's mind. After asking Yang Chen a question, the celestial devouring insect put on a pondering posture and then asked another question, "Who am I?" After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, the celestial devouring insect had completely forgotten its identity. Even in its mind, there was no other impression except for the memory of Yang Chen's divine sense constantly unlocking the seal in recent years. It did not even remember who it was. Junior Yang Chen. Through the beast-controlling secret art, Yang Chen easily transmitted his thoughts to the other party's mind. He first introduced himself and then answered the second question of the celestial devouring insect. Senior's identity, Junior does not know. "I remember you. You helped me open the shackles and let me out." The celestial devouring insect did not entangle itself on its identity, but talked about its memory of Yang Chen. "The two kinds of fire on you are very delicious. Your divine sense is also very delicious. It is good for me. I don't like these things of yours." At this moment, Yang Chen had already discovered the abnormality outside. All the celestial devouring insects had died, but the celestial devouring insect in front of him said that his yin-yang heaven-burning fire was delicious. Suddenly, Yang Chen understood something. The many celestial devouring insects outside were simply the clones of this celestial devouring insect. The main body was firmly sealed in the array, but those clones were still protecting itself and the array. Now that the main body was free, naturally all the clones had returned to the main body. Those bodies were naturally useless. It seemed that all of them were dead, but in fact, they had just changed into another form. What the celestial devouring insect did not like was naturally the 9 nether flying sword and the 9th water flying sword. Now that the celestial devouring insect was no longer a threat, Yang Chen also put away the flying sword and revealed his figure. The people outside finally saw the scene in the black mist. To their surprise, there was only a human immortal junior inside. Chapter 1618. The one who appeared in front of everyone was just a human immortal junior? How was this possible? Countless people who saw this had the same question in their minds. However, the big shots of the major powers had different thoughts. In any case, Yang Chen had appeared in front of everyone. It could be said that he was at the bottom of Gourd Valley from the beginning. Not all the people Yang Chen asked for directions were gone. There was still one left. One of the big shots of White Tiger Hall happened to know that a human immortal junior asked for directions to Gourd Valley 10 years ago. Later on, the immortal devouring insects in Gourd Valley changed. This human immortal junior was definitely the one who asked for directions back then. Since he was alive and well now, it meant that he knew the secret of Gourd Valley. "Little brother, come to my white tiger hall. No one will dare to touch a hair on your head." After thinking it through, the hall master immediately shouted at Yang Qin, "I didn't have the time to properly entertain you last time. You must make up for it this time." As long as he could pull Yang Qin over to White Tiger Hall's side, even if it wasn't real, he would gain the upper hand by a show of strength. This junior in Gourd Valley should understand the current situation. Without the support of others, a puny human immortal junior like him would definitely die without a burial place. So what if he knew the secret of Gourd Valley? Wealth moved people's hearts. Cultivators were no exception. If they wanted to live long, they had to be sharp-eyed. Once Yang Chen was smart enough to climb up the ladder, everything would be easy. How could a puny human immortal junior keep secrets in front of so many experts? Gourd Valley was ultimately under White Tiger Hall's control. Hearing the hall master's words, the people of the other major powers immediately cursed inwardly. If this person was an acquaintance of White Tiger Hall, wouldn't it mean that White Tiger Hall would get most of the benefits from Gourd Valley? Yang Qin hasn't figured out what the situation was now. When he was thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of him, a black light suddenly flashed, but the immortal food insect flew out and appeared beside Yang Qin. A celestial eater bug that was countless times larger than an ordinary celestial eater bug with black and white lines all over its body instantly entered everyone's sight. "Immortal devouring insect queen!" Someone immediately exclaimed. It wasn't just one person, but a group of people. The number of celestial devouring insects in the Gourd Cave had always been the same, so it would be strange if there was no insect queen. Now that everyone had seen this different celestial devouring insect with their own eyes, their first thought was that this was the insect queen. The existence of the celestial devouring insect was the reason why no one in the Gourd Valley dared to cross the line for so many years. A celestial devouring insect might seem insignificant and could be killed with a wave of a hand, but once there were a lot of them, they would be a terrifying force and no one would dare to ignore them. Now that all the celestial devouring insects had turned into corpses and there was only one celestial devouring insect left, this was simply a godsend opportunity. For some experts who specialized in playing with insects, a sumptuous feast had already been placed on the table, waiting for them to taste it. As for who that human immortal kid was, did it matter? "Kid, you trespassed into the forbidden area. You deserve to die." An expert from the formless sect shouted without thinking. Following his words, he had already shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying toward Yang Qin. To be exact, his target was the celestial devouring insect queen, not Yang Qin. As long as he could control this celestial devouring insect queen, wouldn't it be up to him to decide how many celestial devouring insects he wanted? There was more than one smart person. As soon as the expert from the formless sect made his move, others immediately followed suit and rushed toward Yang Qin. Didn't the White Tiger Hall want to rope in Yang Qin? Now they had to put a hat on Yang Qin for trespassing into the forbidden area. Everyone understood what the White Tiger Hall meant when they said they were familiar with each other. Who could say anything about the addition of a forbidden area? In the end, wasn't it just a matter of whose fist was bigger? Those who rushed out were all experts with some fame, at least at the Earth Immortal realm. In their eyes, Yang Chen was already a piece of meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Their top priority was to grab the celestial devouring insect first. Sure enough, in front of a group of experts, Yang Qin seemed to have been scared silly. He stood in place with his mouth half open, wanting to say something but unable to say anything. He was shocked but also intimidated by the imposing manner of the crowd, as if he had the power to decide his life and death. Not only Yang Qin, but even the celestial devouring insect around him seemed to be terrified. The little wings flapped so fast that the crowd could hardly see the appearance of the wings. Originally, it was hovering not far from Yang Qin, but now it moved closer to Yang Qin. If this wasn't fear, then what was it? Without the protection of a large number of celestial devouring insects, the celestial devouring insect queen, was just a toy that could be played with at will. Everyone knew a little common sense. Generally speaking, the celestial devouring insect queen was responsible for reproduction, not fighting. In terms of combat power, it was much worse than the ordinary celestial devouring insects, and it usually needed the protection of the ordinary celestial devouring insects. If it was in the past, no one would dare to bare their teeth in front of the celestial devouring insect queen. But now all the ordinary celestial devouring insects had been killed in the explosion of spiritual power, and their corpses were still piled up in the gourd valley below. Who would be afraid of a lone commander, with so many people surrounding them? Even if Yang Qin and the celestial devouring insect queen had wings, they couldn't fly out. Didn't the celestial devouring insect queen have wings? Isn't it hiding behind Yang Qin now? They must not let others get the celestial devouring insect queen. Even if they couldn't get it, they couldn't let others get it. The people who rushed up had the same idea. These forces often fought with each other, so everyone was mentally prepared before coming out. The appearance of the celestial devouring insect queen was just a fuse. A great battle broke out without any warning. The people at the front rushed out, and the people at the back were only slightly slower, but they immediately followed suit. A celestial immortal grade spirit vein and the celestial devouring insect queen were enough to make anyone go crazy. Yang Qin and the celestial devouring insect just stood there, doing nothing, quietly watching the hundreds and thousands of cultivators fighting in front of them. Magic treasures flew everywhere. Figures collided in all directions, and blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. Such a tragic battle would definitely make people think that they were mortal enemies who had killed their father and could not live under the same sky. What you said really makes sense. Looking at these crazy cultivators fighting in front of them, the celestial devouring insects thought once again past Yang Chen's mind. Watching them fight is really more fun than killing all of them at once. How do you know that they won't care about anything? Chapter 1619. Was there a need to guess? Yang Chen didn't want to answer the question of the celestial food bug. But thinking that the celestial food bug had lost all its memories, leaving only some instincts and the only person it was close to was him, it was quite pitiful. He had to explain it to it and let it have a little more life experience. If other cultivators knew that a little human immortal junior, Yang Chen, was actually pitying a supreme golden immortal expert, it would definitely make more than half of the cultivators who had heard of it drop their jaws, and the remaining half would definitely slap Yang Chen without saying anything. A dignified, supreme golden immortal expert. How could a little human immortal like you look up to him? Pitying him? Do you know who you are? But Yang Chen's current thoughts were really pitiful. Even if it was a demon race, it was a great expert, but it was inexplicably imprisoned and sealed, and even its memory was erased. If it wasn't for Yang Chen discovering the secret of the zither, it was unknown how long it would have been sealed. Such an expert should have been all-powerful in the world, but now it didn't even know who it was. Was it not worthy of pity? The celestial food bug had no name yet, so Yang Chen just called it Senior. It should be known that Yang Chen intended to use the celestial food bug as the treasure of Chunying Palace. At least for 1,000 years, he could keep Chunying Palace standing. Such an expert, of course, the smarter the better. Yang Chen didn't mind spending some time to slowly teach the celestial food bug some things. The communication between the two was carried out through divine will, so others didn't know. In the eyes of those fighting cultivators, Yang Chen and the celestial food bug were simply spoils of war, waiting for the winner to reach out and take them. The worst cultivation here was a few small realms higher than Yang Chen, a mere 4th stage human immortal, so no one would put him in their eyes. Everyone fought in tacit understanding, and no one was near Yang Chen and the celestial food bug. No magic treasure would be blind enough to attack them, and no one would drag the two of them into the battle. In this crazy battlefield, the two of them seemed to have nothing to do with it. There were fewer and fewer cultivators on the battlefield, but the corpses of the celestial food bug in Gourd Cave were filled with cultivator corpses. Fresh blood was everywhere, and scattered severed limbs and broken magic treasures were similarly scattered all over the ground. However, in the midst of the tragic battle, no one gave them a second glance. Unlike the others who were fighting to the death, Yang Qin and the celestial food bug were very leisurely chatting. The content of their conversation was related to the battle. The content of their conversation was to do with the battle. The immortal food bug had completely forgotten it, and even some simple truths were not understood. So it could only be explained slowly by Yang Qin. What these people were crazy for, what were they fighting for? Celestial food for? Yang Qin, to be to them, to for. 2 4 4 2 4 for 2 4 for him. 2 4 4 2 for him. With Yang Chen's knowledge and the strength of his spiritual sense, he could only roughly judge the cultivation level of the celestial food bug based on the strength of the spirit vein below, let alone those crazy people. Greed occupied their minds, and their reason was blinded by desire. At the same time, they basically did not have the opportunity to carefully observe and analyze the celestial food bug for a long time, so it was natural for them to make a wrong judgment. Senior, you have to have a name, right? Yang Qin finally felt that it was a bit uncomfortable to call him this, so he couldn't help but suggest, "Do I have to call you Senior every time? What if I get mixed up with the other elders? I must have had a name before, but I can't remember it." The celestial food bug's expression couldn't be seen, but the content of the conversation with Yang Qin clearly showed that he was trying hard to remember. "Just call me whatever you want. I'll talk about it when I remember." "Then forgive me for being disrespectful. I'll call you Old Bug for now." Yang Qin didn't stand on ceremony and directly gave the celestial food bug a simple name first. "When you remember, I'll restore your original name." "All right." Old Bug, who was still in his insect body, agreed and didn't say anything else. "Here is a cultivation art, Old Bug. You can cultivate it." Yang Qin then gave Old Bug a copy of the Heavenly Quartz transformation art. It can change your body shape, and it can also slightly increase your cultivation base. For Yang Qin, Elder Bug had complete trust in him. Yang Qin gave him the cultivation method, and he began to ponder on it without saying anything. It was extremely easy for a grand supreme golden immortal to cultivate the transformation art. Jing, who was an 8th grade heaven immortal, only needed a short while, but Old Bug was even faster, and he almost immediately succeeded after cultivating it once. The cultivators on the battlefield were all fighting, so no one noticed that the giant celestial food bug next to Yang Qin suddenly changed its appearance in a few breaths' time, turning into a large-eyed young man in black armor. The black armor was decorated with white lines, the same color as when the celestial food bug was in its celestial food bug form. Old Bug moved his limbs with interest, as if he was slowly getting used to his new body. Yang Qin didn't say anything and just watched Old Bug get used to his new body. Noisy! After Old Bug moved around for a while, he finally got used to his new body. He cracked his neck and complained to the cultivators on the battlefield in a low voice. Old Bug's voice wasn't loud, at least to Yang Chen's ears, but to the cultivators on the battlefield, it was like a clap of thunder. Boom! A huge sound and a supreme power erupted. All the cultivators fighting on the top of the gourd cave felt their heads shake, and they immediately fainted, falling from the sky. The sound was like dumplings falling into a pot. The cultivators who fainted should feel lucky that the ground below the gourd cave was covered with a thick layer of celestial food bug corpses, and it wasn't solid ground. Even if they fell, their lives wouldn't be in danger for the time being with their tough bodies. Unfortunately, if that was the case, then it was too early for them to be happy. Although Old Bug lost his memory, and although he was very close to Yang Qin, it didn't mean that he was really a good person. When he first discovered the cultivators, Old Bug wanted to deal with them himself, but Yang Qin stopped him and let him watch the show. Now that there was no one to act, these guys were naturally useless. Old Bug didn't know what method he used, But the dead celestial food bugs suddenly came back to life and started to chew crazily. Soon, the cultivators and their magic treasures disappeared without a trace. After devouring the cultivators, the celestial food bugs quickly turned into corpses, and then all the corpses began to slowly fly toward Old Bug's body. Chapter 1620. The dark red bodies of the celestial devouring insects, or rather the shells of the celestial devouring insects, covered the entire gourd cave. After approaching Elder Bug, they began to quickly integrate into his armor. The speed of integration was very fast, in less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. So many celestial devouring insect shells had all disappeared into Elder Bug's armor. The original black armor with white lines had turned into a dark red pattern on a black background. Your two kinds of fire are still delicious. The integration of the shells seemed to bring another kind of feeling to Elder Bug. Elder Bug subconsciously licked his lips and looked at Yang Chen, almost drooling, which made people shudder. If he didn't know that Elder Bug wouldn't have any other thoughts about him for the time being, Yang Chen would have definitely been scared by Elder Bug's action. It must be known that being coveted by a supreme golden immortal expert like this was not a huge pressure that an ordinary person's heart could bear. For the time being, there won't be any changes to the flame. After I collect enough fire seeds, maybe you will like it more. Yang Chen didn't care. The fire seeds wouldn't disappear out of thin air. They would only decrease in quantity. But as long as he had enough spiritual power to supplement it, the life source fire seed would continue to be produced. By now, how could Yang Chen not know that the so-called celestial devouring insects were some of Elder Bug's clones? So as long as the celestial devouring insects ate it, it was equivalent to Elder Bug also eating it. What Yang Chen said was not a lie. As the yin-yang heaven-burning fire could absorb and integrate more fire seeds from the spiritual world, more changes would inevitably occur. For an expert like Elder Bug who could devour flames, the stronger the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was, the more delicious it would be. Apart from Yang Chen and Elder Bug, there was no other living thing left on the scene. The cultivators who discovered the changes in the gourd cave would never have thought that they would go to a death date this time. If they knew who their opponent was, they might have been able to fight back. Perhaps they wouldn't have died so easily. Unfortunately, Old Bug had made his move, so they wouldn't have had any chance. They would have died in silence. This time, it took Yang Chen a full 10 years to unlock the seal of Elder Bug. In these 10 years, Yang Chen had already nourished the spiritual seed in the mortal world and restored everything to its heyday. But because of the characteristics of the spiritual seed, it was still in a deep sleep. Part of Yang Chen's spiritual seed's problem had also been solved. Unlocking Elder Bug's seal required an enormous amount of spirit power, which had pushed the bead in his spiritual sea to its maximum speed. Even the divine sense of a great, all-embracing golden immortal had consumed a considerable amount of it after crossing from the immortal realm to the mortal world, and then to the spiritual realm. Then it was condensed by the ball, and after unlocking the seal of Elder Bug, the sphere's ability to condense divine sense had been squeezed to the limit, and now it was basically in the process of recovering, and the amount of divine sense that seeped out was very little. At least for a few decades, Yang Chen would not have to worry about the eruption of his spiritual awareness. As for decades, Yang Chen still had 2 ancient zither in his hands, and he would continue to look for other ancient zither. He would always be able to find a way to deal with it. There was nothing left in the gourd cave except for the newly emerged heaven immortal spirit vein. Yang Chen and Old Bug didn't care about a spirit vein at all, so Yang Chen summoned a flying shuttle and left with Old Bug. The sudden appearance of a heaven immortal grade spirit vein could be sensed by cultivators who were thousands of miles away, even if they were thousands of miles away. Less than half an hour after Yang Chen and Elder Bug left, dozens of Earth immortal cultivators arrived and saw what was going on. There were a lot of signs of fighting at the scene, but no one was left behind. This in itself was very strange. Coupled with the sudden burst of spiritual power not long ago, the The Sky Immortal level spirit vein was immediately discovered. There were also a few experienced cultivators who discovered the quality of the spirit vein with just a little inspection. This spirit vein was not just a Sky Immortal grade spirit vein, but a Peak Sky Immortal grade spirit vein. It was only a step away from the Golden Immortal grade. The reason why Wild Goose Mountain was not taken seriously was because there were only a few Earth Immortal grade spirit veins here, and they were only mid-level Earth Immortal grade spirit veins. The big sect didn't care about them at all. Therefore, there were only a few small and medium-sized sect here, and the strongest cultivator was only a 5th or 6th level Earth Immortal. Now that a Peak Sky Immortal grade spirit vein had suddenly appeared, how could they not go crazy? A few immediately rushed forward and wanted to take it for themselves, but the smarter ones left immediately. Previously, the White Tiger Hall formless sect and a few other forces brought people to the Gourd Cave, so they couldn't hide it from everyone. It was just that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend these guys, so they didn't follow them. Now that all the people from those forces had disappeared without a trace, there was a Peak Sky Immortal grade spirit vein in the Gourd Cave. It would be strange if there wasn't a ghost involved. Soon, the news spread across the entire Yanluo mountain along with the people who left and then to a wider area. In the end, even some of the major sects knew about the sudden discovery of a Peak Heaven Immortal grade spirit vein in Yanluo mountain. When the higher-ups of the 5 Big Dao sect heard the news, their first reaction was not to find out what had happened in Wild Goose Mountain, but to think of some other areas that Yang Qin had mentioned when he was looking for territory. The current location of Chunyang Palace, Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea, in addition to the Chessboard Mountain, Ice Cliff, Demon Buster Valley, and Wild Goose Mountain that Yang Qin had mentioned. These remote areas that no one had paid attention to before. Could it be that there was really something fishy about them? The spirit vein that had already been discovered would definitely be snatched by other sect. The 5 big sects were far away from Wild Goose Mountain, and there would be no good excuse for them to snatch it. However, this didn't prevent them from taking action immediately and taking Chessboard Mountain, Ice Cliff, and Demon Buster Valley for themselves first. It didn't matter if there were any good things in them first. They would take their time to look for them after they had become their own territory. At that time, the 4 Heaven Immortal experts of the 4 big sects had directly negotiated with Yang Qin. Now, the sects would be the first to act. As long as they could occupy the territory first, the other sects would definitely not take action out of respect or fear of the 4 big sect's strength. Then, the benefits would be in the hands of the sects first. Another important thing was that the sects would immediately send their own disciples to contact Yang Qin and see if they could get more information about these territories from Yang Qin. Of course, the most suitable disciples were Yang Qin's wives and concubines. As a family, Yang Qin would have to consider giving them some face, right? As for how Yang Qin knew these secrets, it wasn't important. From the fact that Yang Qin could refine questioning inner heart pills and spirit congealing pills in the mortal world, it was obvious that he had inherited some spiritual domain's heritage. Now, everyone wanted to know what else he knew. Chapter 16:21. Compared with the craziness of the ordinary sect and cultivators when they learned that there was a spirit vein of fairy immortal level, the top management of the 5 sects were very calm. Sunset Rock, Linyang Chuan, and Parting Hatred Sea had been given to Chunying Palace, and the 5 sect announced it. Naturally, they could not deny it. However, even so, as long as they could find better spirit veins in the remaining places, they would give them to Chunyang Palace as the price of consultation. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Morong sisters were all sent by the top management of the sect. They had only one task, which was to try their best to build a good relationship with Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin and they were already a family, and it was not too much to be close to them. Everyone also understood that as long as they were good to Chunyang Palace, they could win the favor of Yang Qin. Many people in the Xiantian sect, even if they hated Yang Qin, had to grit their teeth and let go of their hatred at this moment. Fortunately, they already knew that their disciple, Tao Junki, had already gone to Yang Chen's side, so they were a little relieved. Even if they could not occupy the majority in the battle for the new territory, they could not fall behind. In fact, not only the Dao sect, but also the Devil sect and the Demon Clan's Big Sect were secretly exploring Yang Chen's secrets. There was no impenetrable wall in the world. At first, the Four sect did not take it seriously when Yang Chen was fighting for the territory of Chunyang Palace. Later, when they admitted that Chunyang Palace had obtained Sunset Rock and Parting Hatred Sea in Linyangchuan, they made it even more widely known. Now that Yanluo Mountain, where Yang Chen had once fought for, found a spirit vein of the peak of fairy immortal level, it immediately attracted the attention of several big sect. Everyone remained calm, but they were carefully exploring the possible inheritance of Yang Chen. Yang Chen could say these places casually, which meant that they were not important enough for Yang Chen to keep secret. According to ordinary people's way of thinking, or their own way of thinking, good things definitely shouldn't be taken out at the beginning. Now everyone was guessing what else Yang Chen knew. When Yang Chen rushed back to Chunyang Palace, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Morong sisters also rushed over. The reunion of husband and wife was naturally a joyous occasion. On the way, Yang Chen had told Old Bug a lot of things. For now, what Yang Chen wanted Old Bug to do was not complicated. He just wanted him to guard Chunyang Palace. However, with Elder Bug's current condition, it was safer for him to follow Yang Chen. Otherwise, the entire Chunyang Palace might be destroyed by Elder Bug one day. After greeting the sect master and the elders, Yang Chen concealed the things about Elder Bug. Some things were not suitable for the palace master and the sect master to be worried about, so it was better to hide it first. If possible, try to let the sect occupy the mountains in front of the Sunset Rock. Yang Chen said to the girls after they had a good time. This time, Yang Chen did not expect that there would be a spirit vein of fairy immortal level in Gourd Valley. This was different from the spirit vein of Yanluo Mountain in his memory. However, this did not prevent the several places he mentioned before from becoming the focus of the big sect. With the appearance of the girls, Yang Chen did not need to ask what the sect behind them was thinking. Yang Chen did not reject the ideas of the big sect. For the time being, Chunyang Palace was still very weak, so it still needed the protection of more powerful forces. The Four Major Sect was obviously a suitable shield. Giving them benefits and letting them stand in front of Chunyang Palace was in line with the interests of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen would not be blind, and he would not put on a strong appearance when his own sect was not strong. No one would pay attention to him, which would only make the pure Yang Palace excluded. If he wanted Chunyang Palace to better integrate into the spiritual world, he needed a more appropriate way. Obviously, the way of sharing benefits in the mortal world was the most appropriate. In fact, there were not many spirit veins in the Sunset Rock, but the terrain was very suitable. In the future, it would become a fortress-like stronghold for the cultivators. The real spirit veins were in the mountains in front of the Sunset Rock. The spirit veins were very close to the Sunset Rock and became the spiritual power source of the Sunset Rock. In addition to the spirit veins, there were a lot of mineral deposits in the mountains, but they were buried very deep and there was volcanic magma below, so it was very difficult to mine them. However, there was a very precious purple flame magic iron in the volcanic magma. Even a sect like the Xiantian sect would drool over it. The range of the mountains was not small, and it would also be an important area in the future. The major sect occupied and operated in advance, and they could also prepare for the difficulties in the future. The more prepared the major sect was, the safer the Chunyang Palace in the rear would be. Chunyang Palace could not take these places, and Yang Chen could not take them either. In this case, why not take them out to earn a favor for Chunyang Palace? What's more, even if the 5 major sects jointly occupied this place, there would always be times when the spoils were unevenly distributed. In particular, the Xiantian sect still had a grudge against them in the mortal world. At that time, this would be a point of conflict. The women did not expect their husband to be so straightforward. They all looked at Yang Chen in surprise and did not seem to know what to say. "You are all my people. I can't let you be in a dilemma between the sect and my husband," Yang Chen explained with a smile. "Anyway, I have to give it away. Of course, it is the most appropriate to give it to you." Listening to Yang Chen's explanation with a smile, the women felt a burst of warmth in their hearts. Yang Chen had indeed considered their feelings, and he took care of them so thoroughly that they could not help but feel a faint sense of happiness. "However, it is not without any requirements," Yang Chen said immediately, and the women also pricked up their ears to listen. "In the place closest to the Sunset Rock in Linyang River, a large market needs to be built. Moreover, it is a market that does not prohibit demons and demons." Yang Chen was not polite to his wives and concubines. Anyway, they were just messengers, and the specific conditions were still set by the major sect. The 5 major sects must help build this market, provide money, manpower, and send the sect's businesses. There is no need to hide it. This is good for Chunyang Palace. This is the condition. It was just a way to build a large market. This was simply not a condition. There was no need for the higher-ups of the major sect to decide, and the women themselves could agree. However, the women were also very clear about their identities, so they did not overstep their authority to make a decision. This matter was related to their husband, and they could not give others a handle. The women came and left in a hurry. Even Tao Junkie, who had been living here before, was pushed back to the sect by Yang Chen. Some things could not be avoided from the Xiantian sect, not to mention that Yang Chen had planned specifically for the Xiantian sect. At this time, the Xiantian sect was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The reason why they had been holding back was that they did not seem to pursue the fact that the Taishamen were exterminated. In fact, they were waiting for the news from the mortal world to come. However, until now, there had been no message from the mortal world. Everyone knew that something must have happened in the mortal world. Chapter 16:22. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect in the immortal world were all puzzled. The current Jade Emperor was also anxious. It had been more than 10 years since the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal descended to the mortal world. With that immortal body and the ability of the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal, it should have sent a master to ascend within a year or 2 after descending to the mortal world. Even if he included the time for the first spiritual realm ascension lesson, a letter should have arrived by now. However, even when the Black Heaven sect sent a supreme golden immortal expert to sneak into the town to search for the injured people, they did not receive any information. The expert, who was looking for people, didn't believe it. He even specifically found 4 or 5 juniors who had ascended in the past 1 or 2 years and carefully questioned them. From their mouths, he learned that there hadn't been a terrifyingly powerful expert in the mortal world recently. Everything was very normal. No matter how difficult it was and how he couldn't do anything immediately, it was impossible for him to not receive any news at all, right? But that Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal seemed to have disappeared into thin air, vanishing without a trace. No one had ever seen or heard of him. He had vanished without a trace. How was this possible? That was the consciousness of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal that the immortal world Xiantian sect paid a huge price to send to the lower realm. How could there be a problem? All the processes were very normal. In the past, he had even paid a greater price to send an immortal body to the lower realm. This time, he only sent the consciousness of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How could there be a problem? How many times did he recall the teleportation process? Everyone involved said that there was no problem, so the problem must be in the mortal world. However, what kind of danger could there be in the mortal world that could make a perfected golden immortal disappear? Which sect has such a master? Even if there were experts who could accurately pinpoint the location of the immortal body, after waiting for so long for no news, coupled with the verification of the Grand Supreme Golden Immortal Expert, It actually explained many problems. In the end, the higher-ups of the profound heaven sect in the spirit realm had no choice but to come to a conclusion that they were extremely unwilling to accept. The immortal realm's plan had completely failed. This was a big problem. The failure of this arrangement meant that the mysterious heaven sect's plan to rebuild the Taishaman in the mortal world was completely ruined. No matter how powerful the forces of the immortal world were, the profound heaven sect could not afford to pay such a price to send the consciousness of another expert into the mortal world. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to pay the price of sending his consciousness down to the mortal world, but that he couldn't send his immortal body down to the mortal world. This time there was a problem. Since it seemed normal for the consciousness to descend into the mortal world, then the problem was most likely with the immortal body. The previous immortal body was sent down by the ancestor of the mysterious heaven sect with the help of old Lord Taishan. Now, old Lord Taishan had been sent into the immortal slaying platform that he had personally refined. Even if the mysterious heaven sect was willing to pay a high price, who else would have the means to send another celestial body to the lower realm? The failure of the entire setup also revealed another terrifying outcome. The mysterious heaven sect would no longer be able to obtain the support of a steady stream of disciples from the mortal world. From now on, the once powerful mysterious heaven sect would become water without a source, a tree without roots. Once all the disciples ascended, the mysterious heaven sect would no longer exist in the spiritual realm. Although the mysterious heaven sect could use another method to obtain suitable disciples from the natives of the spiritual realm, that method wasn't a good thing for the experts of the mysterious heaven sect. Every time they created a native disciple, it meant that a heaven immortal expert would have to waste at least 2,000 years of time. This price might not be something that the experts of the mysterious heaven sect could afford, not to mention anything else. Just their lifespan alone might not be able to support it. How long could a heaven immortal expert have? After spending 2,000 years, even if they could ascend to the immortal world in the future, would they be able to reach the peak of their cultivation? The originally foolproof arrangement had an accident. For a moment, even the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect was a little flustered. All these years, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect had been waiting for this news to boost their morale, but they were disappointed. In any case, the mysterious heaven sect couldn't just sit and wait for death. Even if the sect was destined to be destroyed, the mysterious heaven sect had to drag the other sect down with them before that. For now, the profound heaven sect in the spiritual world could only temporarily accept the disciples of the sects that had been controlled by the greatest heaven sect before in the mortal world. Unfortunately, when the Taishaman were destroyed, the sect that had a close relationship with the Taishaman didn't escape, and most of them were wiped out. The few that remained were some insignificant, small sects that usually didn't have the opportunity to get too close to them. In any case, mosquitoes were still meat. Although these sects were small, they could still provide a few disciples who ascended normally. They would have to wait and see if there was an opportunity in the future to give them some pointers so that their forces in the mortal realm would become stronger. Of course, this kind of possible future pointers would likely mean that the mysterious heaven sect would have to pay a terrifying price. If the news that Tao Junkie brought back was in the past, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect would be very happy. Anyone would be happy to get a new piece of fertile land. However, now, the higher-ups weren't as excited as they had imagined. Instead, after Tao Junkie left, there were some different voices. Our mysterious heaven sect has been swallowing our anger all these years and not fighting with those sect for a while. But some people seem to think that our forbearance is easy to bully. A higher-up said with a cold face. Not to mention others, even a junior who has just ascended for a few years dares to shit on our mysterious heaven sect. Tao Junkie had just left, and there were already such words here. There was no need to ask carefully to know that it was definitely directed at Tao Junkie's husband, Yangchen. He had just ascended and immediately killed the genius disciple of the mysterious heaven sect, young master Yi Xian. Then, The disciple responsible for tracking Tao Junkie disappeared for no reason. This debt was probably on Yang Chen's head. Tao Junkie was their disciple, and she was ordered to ease the relationship with Yang Chen in the mortal realm. This kind of disciple who sacrificed herself for the sake of the sect shouldn't be blamed. Therefore, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect didn't have any opinions about Tao Junkie because of Yang Chen. However, this didn't mean that they would let Yang Chen go. In the past, they had been hiding their strength and biding their time. Before the matters in the mortal world were resolved, they knew that the arrangements in the mortal world had been aborted. If they continued to endure, others would really think that the mysterious heaven sect had become a soft persimmon that could be pinched by anyone. We want the site, we will also build a market for them, but Yang Chen, this guy, must die. The higher-up who had just spoken seemed to have a deep hatred for Yang Chen. There was a murderous intent in his voice. We want the prolonging life pill, and we also want the pill recipe. If he is tactful, we will reward him with an intact corpse. If he is not tactful, we will let him die without a corpse. Chapter 16:23. Yang Chen didn't know that he was on the Xiantian sect's must-kill list. After sending the women away, Yang Chen took Gao Yu and Gong Sunling back to Chunying Palace. The sect would be very busy from now on. Many people would come to visit. There were only a few people in the sect, so Yang Chen's family had to take care of things. In addition, Yang Chen was also thinking about safety. Since he had given the idea to the 5 sect, it was inevitable that the other sect would be jealous. They would come to Yang Chen and force Yang Chen to speak. Yang Chen didn't care. He was afraid that some jealous people would use Chunying Palace to threaten Yang Chen. Therefore, during this period of time, Yang Chen would definitely let Elder Bug stay in the sect. These days, Yang Chen patiently taught Elder Bug a lot of things. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he was more than enough to tell whether someone was a bad guest or not. With Elder Bug's character and instincts, those who came to fight would only have one ending. Just like those who disappeared from the Gourd Valley, they would enter the stomachs of countless celestial devouring insects and become Elder Bug's nourishment. Chunying Palace was temporarily safe, so Yang Chen was relieved. However, Yang Chen didn't stay in the sect. Instead, he went directly to the place where the market was to be built. The choice of this place was also very reasonable. Since he was going to do it, Yang Chen had to do it himself. The news had already been released. He believed that people would soon come to meet with the sect. Some people would also come to talk to Yang Chen. Yang Chen quietly waited in this area, waiting for someone to take the initiative to come to him. To Yang Chen's surprise, the first person to come to Yang Chen was not the person Yang Chen was expecting to talk to about building the market. Instead, it was 3 experts who wanted to kill him. Among the 3 of them, one was an early-stage Heaven Immortal, while the other 2 were peak Earth Immortals. Judging from the current power exposed by Chunying Palace, if these 3 people attacked together, it was enough to destroy the whole Chunying Palace. But these 3 masters only dealt with Yang Chen alone. Evil creature, how dare you? Surrender now. Yang Chen, who was the first to discover the killing intent, dodged a casual attack from one of the earthly immortals with incredible speed and shouted, "You still dare to be so stubborn even in the face of death." Hearing Yang Chen's righteous rebuke, the 3 of them were instantly enraged. Not too long ago, the 3 of them were treated as seniors and experts wherever they went. How could anyone dare to insult them with such words? Yang Chen was originally a person who deserved to die, and now there was another reason for him to die. It's not you guys. Yang Chen's disappointed voice fell into the ears of the 3 of them, making them very puzzled. What did he mean by not you guys? Was Yang Chen still waiting for someone? This was possible. They also found this opportunity when they learned that Yang Chen was here waiting for the people of the major sect to come and negotiate. Yang Chen said it was not you guys, so they were not the people Yang Chen was waiting for. No one would specifically wait to kill their own people at this time, right? A Heaven Immortal Master and two peak Earth Immortals to deal with a small human Immortal Jr. could only be described as making a fuss over a minor issue. However, considering that they wanted to completely seize Yang Chen's assets, the configuration of the three masters was the most likely plan to capture Yang Chen. The three of them also planned in this way, but no matter how perfect the plan was, sometimes it could not keep up with the changes. For example, now they were a little puzzled by the sudden appearance of countless dark red flying insects. These flying insects looked very weak. On average, they were only at the level of peak nascent soul, which was the ordinary level of the descendants of some native demons. At any time, they could easily pinch one to death. However, there were too many flying insects now, and they couldn't kill them all. Not everyone knew that there were some strange, celestial devouring insects in the gourd cave that could devour almost everything. The gourd cave was a place where some frustrated rogue cultivators gathered. How could the people of the big sects be interested in the things in that place? Only the recent appearance of a heaven immortal spiritual vein could make them pay more attention, but it was just attention, not attention. This kind of high and mighty mentality also determined that they were doomed to be miserable this time. They thought that they could easily deal with these weak, flying insects, but in the end, they were trapped in a sea of celestial devouring insects. Elder Bug did not follow Yang Chen, but stayed in Chunyang Palace. However, Elder Bug separated a clone to accompany Yang Chen around, to protect Yang Chen's safety. A clone of a Grand Supreme Golden Immortal was almost at the level of a 4th grade Fairy Immortal. It was more than enough to deal with an early-stage Fairy Immortal and 2 peak Earth Immortals. Not to mention that the 3 guys did not know the power of the celestial devouring insects. When their magic weapons, and even the divine sense attached to the magic weapons, began to be devoured, the 3 realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, at this point, surrounded by the celestial devouring insects, they had no chance to escape. They were surrounded by celestial devouring insects, almost impervious to water and fire, and they ate everything. Not to mention anything else. Just the backlash caused by the erosion of their divine sense was enough to make them suffer. In the desperate eyes of the 3 guys, Yang Chen did not even forget to snatch food from Elder Bug. The blood demon vine flying sword went straight through the chest of the Fairy Immortal Master and sucked away all the blood in his body. The blood of a Fairy Immortal Master. This was the first time that the blood demon vine flying sword had tasted it, and it was enough to upgrade this Ewood flying sword by at least 1 grade. With the clone of Elder Bug, Yang Chen did not even have to destroy the corpses. The 3 guys fell into the belly of the celestial devouring insects, leaving no trace. Except for Yang Chen and the guy who appointed the 3, no one knew that the 3 of them had been here. Although the 3 people did not identify themselves, Yang Chen could recognize one of them was an Earth Immortal Master. They should all be from the Profound Heaven sect. In his previous life, Yang Chen had been chased by that guy, which made Yang Chen suffer a lot. The scene was still vivid in Yang Chen's mind. The famous guy actually died, so quietly. He believed that if he knew in the underworld, he would also regret why he took such a task. It should be about time for the killers of the Profound Heaven sect to come. Yang Chen never thought that the Profound Heaven sect would not pursue him for killing young Master Yi Xian. Now it was time for the Profound Heaven sect to settle accounts with a lot of people. This time, a Fairy Immortal Master has been dispatched. Presumably, the higher-ups should be coming directly, right? Yang Chen waited for the avatar of Old Bug to clean up the mess. He held his chin and began to guess. After thinking of some scenarios, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. If the higher-ups of the Taishaman find out that Chunyang Palace is probably the biggest chess piece arranged by the Taishaman, I wonder if they will do their best to help the development of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen thought of that possibility and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 1624. The story of the Gourd Valley on Yanluo Mountain had slowly spread. A young man had stayed in the Gourd Valley for 10 years and then killed all the experts from the formless sect of the White Tiger Hall, leaving no trace behind. Ordinary cultivators would not think of the identity of the young man. But as long as the people of the 5 major sects used their brains a little, they could understand that the young man in people's mouths must be Yangchen. No one knew the secret of Yanluo Mountain except for Yangchen. If someone else knew about it, they wouldn't have made a move at this time. Whether it was the time or the whereabouts, it all pointed to Yangchen himself. The 5 great sect didn't care much about what Yangchen could get. They only needed to ask around in the Gourd Valley to know that there was almost nothing there except for a large number of celestial devouring insects. Now that there was only a peak fairy immortal level spiritual vein left in the Gourd Valley, it could only mean one thing. Yangchen must have taken away the celestial devouring insect. For a small sect in the spiritual realm, a powerful insect like the celestial devouring insect that could protect the sect was definitely something worth going crazy over. But for the 5 great sect, it was a little useless. It was just that Yangchen would rather expose a peak fairy immortal level spiritual vein to take away the celestial devouring insect. Wasn't this really picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons? If he cooperated with any of the 5 great sect, he wouldn't have lost a fairy immortal level spiritual vein in vain, right? At the thought of this, the people of the 5 great sect were a little worried, especially the people of the 4 great sect. After all, Yangchen had some discord with the Black Heaven sect because he killed their disciple. But the 4 great sect had always had a good relationship with Yangchen. It was just because they didn't take Yangchen seriously in the beginning that Yangchen released such a big firework to let them see clearly and understand Yangchen's value. Only one fairy immortal level spiritual vein was found on Yanluo Mountain. The huge Yanluo Mountain would not only have so few benefits. The other places, the Demon Buster Valley, the Chessboard Mountain, and the Ice Rock, were all promising places. They couldn't let Yangchen throw away these benefits in vain. Speaking of it, Yangchen, this little guy was really a fiend. As soon as he ascended from the mortal world, he killed Profound Heaven Sect's young master Yi Xian and his entourage. Then he killed more than 100 people from Kaiman sect. In less than 10 years, more than 1,000 people of the Yanluo Mountain died in hatred. Before and after, in just over a decade, more than 1,000 people had died in Yangchen's hands. Among them, there was no lack of Earth immortal level experts. So far, Yangchen was just a young man who had just reached the 4th grade of human immortal. After ascending, his cultivation had not increased. No one deaded cultivator dared to say that they had such fierce performance when they just descended from the immortal world had just descended. But when it came to Yangchen, people didn't feel that it was out of place at all. Especially those who had heard of Yangchen's deeds in the mortal world, they felt it was natural. A little guy who could kill a late-stage, great ascension stage expert when he was in the foundation establishment stage, no matter what he did, it would not be surprising. Not long after dealing with the corpses of the 3 experts, Yangchen waited for the people from the 5 major sects to come to meet him. After meeting, Yangchen found that except for the Mystic Heaven sect, the people from the 4 major sects were all acquaintances. Only the expert from the Mystic Heaven sect, who should have ascended a long time ago, didn't know Yangchen very well. He looked arrogant, but his etiquette was thorough. If he didn't look at his face, it would definitely be misunderstood. Yangchen could understand this guy's displeasure. He had just killed 3 experts before. Needless to say, it was definitely related to the Mystic Heaven sect. Before and after, he didn't believe that this guy didn't know. Since Yangchen was safe and sound, then the 3 masters sent before did not do a good job or had an accident. It would be strange if their faces were good. Grandmaster Yang, I trust you have been well. The speaker was Elder Shiryenha of the Blue Cloud sect. When she was in the mortal world, she was the law enforcement hall master of the Blue Cloud sect. Now, after ascending, her cultivation was not very high, but her status was still there. When she was in the mortal world, she and Yangchen were also old acquaintances, and they got along well. This time, she was the most suitable candidate to contact Yangchen, besides Sun Qingxue and Hua Wanting. The green jade Immortal Island was represented by Elder Min of Min Huafeng, who was also an acquaintance. The Five Elements sect and the Qinkuan sect were no exception. All of them were old acquaintances who had dealt with Yang Qin in the mortal world. Counting the time when Yang Qin visited his wives and concubines, one by one, this should be the second time after ascending. They were all acquaintances, so Yang Qin didn't hold back. Regardless of the faces of the masters of the Mystic Heaven sect, he made his own request. Anyway, no matter what, the people of the Mystic Heaven sect had to follow him, and it was impossible to give them special treatment. In this place, this junior wants to build a large market. Yang Chen pointed to the place under his feet and said unceremoniously, "The market should be built in the hinterland of the mountain, built on the rock. All the construction will be provided by the sect, and after it is built, it will be paid for by my Chunyang Palace." The place that Yang Chen pointed to was somewhere in the Sunset Rock. The market that Yang Chen said was built in the hinterland of the mountain, which was exactly the style of the Sunset Rock in his memory. As long as a huge array was built outside the Sunset Rock, the entire Sunset Rock would become the most suitable fortress. It would be accessible in all directions, and there would be all kinds of shops. Now that he mentioned it, it would only bring forward the construction in the future, and the preparation would be much more complete. Obviously, the representative of the Mystic Heaven sect was completely not used to Yang Chen's straightforward negotiation method. He frowned and said, "We will provide the manpower and materials, and all the benefits will belong to Chunyang Palace. What can we get in return?" Before the people of the other four sects had time to speak, the representative of the Mystic Heaven sect directly said what they wanted to say. Everyone was happy to be reserved and just looked at Yang Qin, waiting for him to answer. "Senior, what do you want?" Yang Qin didn't directly answer the question of the representative of the Mystic Heaven sect. Instead, he asked a question. Everyone was stumped by the question. They didn't know what was in the mountains in front of the Sunset Rock, so how could they make their own requests? After thinking about it, the representative of the Mystic Heaven sect said patiently, "The spirit meridian must be at least of the Sky Immortal grade." If they could get a Sky Immortal grade spirit meridian, the investment would not be in vain. Sky Immortal grade spirit meridian? No problem. Yang Qin didn't want to think about it directly, and then immediately asked, "How many do you want?" This sentence immediately shocked the people of the 5 great sections. Celestial Immortal grade spirit veins, and he still asked how many of them he wanted? Were there many here? What was going on? Chapter 16:25. The representative of the Xiantian sect had only mentioned it casually and did not expect Yang Qin to agree. However, after hearing Yang Chen's answer, he was at a loss and did not know what to do. Even if all the work was done by the people of the 5 major sects, the people who came to the market to do business would still have to make money. How much could the construction cost be? But how much was a heaven immortal spirit vein worth? No one believed that Yang Qin could not figure it out. Heaven immortal spirit veins were not everywhere. Among the 5 major sects, the Xiantian sect's mountain gate was only built on a place where 10 heaven immortal spirit veins gathered. The other 4 sects' mountain gates were about the same, with no more than 10 at most. At most, there were a few more earth immortal spirit veins at the places where they gathered. On this side, Yang Qin asked about the spiritual veins of the heaven immortal level. How could it not shock everyone? If it was just a sect, they might be able to ask for a few more spirit veins. However, the people of the 5 major sects were all present. 4 of them had a good relationship with Chunyang Palace and were even more familiar with Yang Qin. In the face of Yang Qin, they could not ask for an outrageous price, not to mention a few heaven immortal spirit veins. Even half a heaven immortal spirit vein would be a great bargain. But how were they going to divide half a heaven immortal spirit vein among the 5 major sects? The relationship between the Xiantian sect and the other sects was not as harmonious as before. If they shared a spirit vein, Wouldn't the disciples of the Xiantian sect be squeezed to death by the people of the other four sects? What if you want the prolongation pill? Elder Shur of the Blue Cloud sect also felt embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he changed his request. A heaven immortal spirit vein was a major event related to the development of a sect. It involved the cultivation of the entire sect's disciples. Relatively speaking, the prolongation pill, which could only give a person a lifespan, was much less valuable. At least that was the case from the perspective of the sect. Even so, for those experts who urgently needed the prolongation pill, it was a life-saving treasure. How much was a heaven immortal expert worth? In any case, it was much more than building a market. That's fine too. 4 revolutions, life, prolonging pill, for each family. Yang Chen's answer was also straightforward. Now, Chunyang Palace's foundation was poor, so they needed to pay more. It was unrealistic to pursue equality unilaterally. However, in exchange for the prolonging life pills, the people of the 5 great sect would have to accept this favor. They couldn't just build a market and solve all their problems. Even if Yang Chen was willing, they wouldn't be able to overcome this obstacle. This was not the time to take things by force. What he owed was a favor, and when there were too many favors, it would become karma. It was hard to say. However, for the 4 great sects, aside from the Mysterious Heaven sect, there was not much difference between owing half a life extension pill and half a life extension pill. In any case, they already had a deep cooperation in the mortal world, so this small favor was just a normal thing to do in return. However, since we want the prolonging life pills, then the things in the territory in front of the Sunset Rock will have to be calculated separately. Yang Chen made it clear that the 5 great sect couldn't take all the benefits. There had to be gains and losses. Only then did everyone remember that they had come here because they had received news from their female disciple, who was Yang Chen's concubine. She wanted them to take over the large area in front of the Sunset Rock. There was no need to ask. There had to be good things in there, but Yang Chen didn't specify. At this time, they needed to weigh the pros and cons. The things in the territory would definitely not run away. It was just a matter of getting them sooner or later. However, if they missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to get a few prolonging life pills from Yang Chen. It had to be known that the raw materials for the prolonging life pills were limited, and there were only so many of them left. The representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect immediately said, "The Mysterious Heaven sect wants the prolonging life pills." What could there be in the territory? It was nothing more than a spirit vein, mineral deposit, or some kind of resource. As long as they occupied the territory, the things would be theirs sooner or later. Speaking of resources, were the resources of the Mysterious Heaven sect still lacking? Naturally, they had to get the benefits they could see first. To the surprise of the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect, the representatives of the other 4 sect didn't make a decision immediately and began to ponder. Seeing the posture of the 4 people, the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Was there a need to hesitate about this kind of thing? Grandmaster Yang, if it was Shanshan who asked, what would you let her choose? Elder Min of the Green Jade Immortal Island was very skillful in asking questions. She directly used the name of Shi Shanshan, so that even if Yang Chen wanted to hide it, it would be too embarrassing. Of course, this was also because the friendship between Elder Min and Yang Chen was not ordinary. Elder Shur of the Blue Cloud sect might also be able to do this. If other people also used this trick, Yang Chen probably wouldn't pay attention to it. If it was Shanshan, I would suggest that she choose the spirit vein first. When Elder Min asked this, Yang Chen was not annoyed and just replied with a casual smile. Why? Elder Shi Yanha of the Blue Cloud sect was straightforward and immediately asked. Although the 2 representatives of the 5 Element sect and the Qingkuan sect did not speak, they also pricked up their ears and waited for Yang Chen's explanation. At this time, even the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect wanted to hear what Yang Chen said. Several seniors have not been to the gourd cave in Yanluo Mountain, so it is normal that you don't know. Yang Chen said slowly with a smile on his face. In fact, as long as you carefully study the newly discovered spirit vein, you can know that that place is actually not a spirit vein at all, but a way to gather the spirit power of several surrounding spirit veins, so that the surrounding few spirit veins are small earth immortal level spirit veins. He didn't say much, but the information revealed was very amazing. The spirit power of the spirit vein could actually be transferred. How was this possible? For so many years in the spiritual world, everyone followed the law of where the spirit vein was, the cultivator would be there. If the spirit power of the spirit vein could be extracted to form a new spirit vein in another place, then what was the point of occupying the original spirit vein? If this was the case, it meant that if they chose the longevity pill now, even if there was a spirit vein on their own land, it was likely that someone would use some mysterious method to extract the spirit power to other places to form a new spirit vein. Everyone present was smart, and they immediately understood how to choose. The mysterious heaven sect disregarded everything and chose a longevity pill. This was probably a big loss. They originally thought that things in their own territory couldn't run away, but now it was very likely that they would lose a heaven immortal level spirit vein for a longevity pill. This time it was estimated that the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect would directly kill the guy who had just made the decision on his own. The Green Jade Immortal Island wants the spirit vein. At this point, what else could be said? Elder Min immediately gave her own answer. The Blue Cloud sect also wants the spirit vein. The Five Elements sect wants the spirit vein. The Qiankuan sect wants the spirit vein. Chapter 16:26. The eyes of the mysterious heaven sects representative almost popped out when he saw that all four sects had chosen the spirit vein after Yang Chen's explanation. His intestines turned green with regret. If Yang Chen had explained a bit earlier, who would have chosen the prolonging life pill? No matter how precious the prolonging life pill was, it was only for one person. However, a celestial spirit vein was a powerful resource that could allow tens of thousands of disciples to cultivate. To put it bluntly, those who needed the prolonging life pill were pitiful wretches who could not ascend normally. Without the prolonging life pill, they were complete failures. The mysterious heaven sect's representative had chosen the prolonging life pill, which meant that they had chosen a failure and given up on countless promising disciples. No matter how one looked at it, this was a huge joke. What did it mean to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons? This was it. It was completely conceivable that at least one of the spirit veins in the mysterious heaven sect's territory would definitely become the property of the other four great sects because of his choice. However, the mysterious heaven sect's representative could not change his mind even if he was beaten to death. When the sect did things, they had to be honest, especially in front of the representatives of the other four great sects. They could not go back on their words, no matter what. Apart from being humiliated, the mysterious heaven sect's representative could only grit his teeth in secret. However, there was another piece of information revealed by Yang Chen's words that shocked all the representatives. The spirit force in the spirit vein could actually be absorbed in a unique way. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Right now was not the time to investigate whether it was one or two spirit veins. They had to know what kind of method it was. There were no idiots in the five great sects, and everyone had the same thought. At this time, who would bother with Yangqin for a small market? Who wouldn't want to rush back to the sect as soon as possible and then send people to Yanluo Mountain's Gourd Valley to take a closer look at what was going on? Unfortunately, they still had to give Yangchen an explanation, so they could only wait patiently. Whether it was the prolonging life pill or the spirit vein, the value of a small market could not be made up for. Regardless of whether it was a favor or karma, there had to be a concrete explanation. Grandmaster Yang, in this case, in addition to the construction of this market, my Green Jade Immortal Island, in the future, if Chunyang Palace has any errands, just say it. If I can do it, my Green Jade Immortal Island will never refuse. Elder Min had already experienced Yang Chen's power in the mortal world. Of course, she wouldn't wait for Yang Chen to take the initiative to speak and immediately stated her position. The Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island have always advanced and retreated together. Elder Min Huafeng had just finished speaking, and Elder Shi Yanha over there immediately expressed the same meaning. Since the two sects had opened their mouths, the Five Elements sect and the Qin Kuan sect certainly couldn't be left behind, and they immediately followed suit. Anyway, the worst was a fairy-level spirit vein. In exchange for supporting the still weak Chunying Palace, they would never suffer a loss. After asking about the location of the four sects' territories, Yang Qin thought for a moment and then gave each of the four representatives a jade slip, which recorded the location of a fairy-level spirit vein in each sect. Watching the four sect get the jade slip that recorded the location of the spirit vein, but their own sect could only get a 4 revolutions life-prolonging pill. The representative of the Profound Heaven sect was even more upset at this moment. However, things had already come to this point, and he had no face to change his words. He could only blame himself for being greedy and not asking more before making a decision. Looking at the appearance of the Green Jade Immortal Island, if he had asked more about Tao Junkie at the time, maybe he could have gotten an important hint. Fortunately, the so-called spirit guiding array that Yang Chen mentioned was not hidden from him, so he knew something. The only thing he could do now was to hurry back to the sect and pass the news to the sect, so that the sect could send an array master to study the spirit guiding array in the gourd cave, so as not to fall behind. In addition, everyone also confirmed one thing, that was Yang Chen was indeed the mysterious young man who appeared in the gourd cave. When they thought that Yang Chen could easily kill thousands of cultivators who were stronger than him, everyone couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. This young man was really getting more and more unfathomable. The mountains in front of the Sunset Rock were taken by the 5 sects, and almost without any obstacles, they fell into the hands of the 5 sections. Before the other sect could react, in the vast mountains, there were 5 more branches of the 5 major sect. The speed was simply too fast. Compared with the time it took for Yang Chen to get a piece of land, it was like heaven and earth. The original owners of the land didn't even dare to say half a word. They obediently handed over the land, took the benefits and left. Not to mention playing any tricks. They didn't even dare to think about it. The idea of attacking the 5 major sect at the same time. Did they think that their own sect was not destroyed fast enough? The matter on the Sunset Rock side was considered to have come to an end, but Yang Chen did not relax. This time, it could be regarded as a small scheme against the Mysterious Heaven sect. The Mysterious Heaven sect had suffered this loss and would not let it go so easily. Even if Yang Chen was in the right, the Mysterious Heaven sect would still feel that their sect had suffered a loss. In any case, since there were already people killing their way over, there would be more of these kinds of things in the future. Some things simply didn't need to be said. Not long after Yang Chen sent off the representatives of the 5 major sect, someone appeared in front of Yang Chen almost immediately after. This time, it wasn't the people of the 5 major sect, but a few rogue cultivators who came out of nowhere. They were aggressive, and it was obvious that they didn't intend to have a good talk with Yang Chen. The people of the 5 major sect have already left. Hand over the prolonging life pill recipe and the celestial devouring insect, and we'll spare your life. Seeing that the 6 people on his side had surrounded Yang Chen, the Earth Celestial Cultivator in the lead spoke viciously to Yang Chen. When the representatives of the 5 major sect were here, these people didn't even dare to show up. Although the representatives of the 5 major Earth Celestial sect were all at the human immortal realm, none of the 6 Earth Celestial experts dared to show up. Sometimes a powerful sect could bring a strong deterrent to others. After Yang Chen got the celestial devouring insect, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who guessed it. These people in front of him were obviously some of those clever people. Unfortunately, they were too clever and thought that no one would be able to stop them after they let the representatives of the 5 major sect go. Sigh. Yang Qin shook his head directly. His regretful look made people feel uncomfortable. Why are you so good at picking the right time to do this kind of thing when my sworn brother is here? Even if you're in a hurry to die, you shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? You're courting death. The leader looked at Yang Qin as if he was looking at a dead man. He was definitely the first person he had seen who dared to speak so carelessly in this situation. Chapter 16:27. Great Principal Golden Immortal? What's going on? Li Cheng immediately became interested. The appearance of a great Principal Golden Immortal in the spiritual world was a big deal, and he had to ask about it in any case. In this regard, Yang Qin could only give a thumbs up and say nothing. In addition to the process, Li Cheng had almost seen everything. Did he need to say anything more? This time, the guy who fell to the ground was scared to death. He still wanted to get up and escape, but his body was no longer listening to him. He could only watch Yang Qin not far away walk over with a smile and squat down to face him. Thanks to the fire seed given by Big Brother, I have refined the consciousness of a great Principal Golden Immortal. The fire seed given by Li Cheng, he must know the power of the fire seed. In this regard, Yang Qin also did not conceal it and said it directly. Since Li Cheng could see the problem of his divine sense at a glance, maybe he could solve the problem of his divine sense at the root. The fairy eating bug you want. In Yang Chen's hand, there was suddenly a bright-colored fairy eating bug, and he stretched it out in front of the guy lying on the ground. The fairy eating bug, which looked like it was flying high, had been staying at Yang Chen's fingertips, and its two huge compound eyes seemed to be staring at the guy in front of it. It gave people endless pressure. Yang Qin himself could find the strings made of dragon whiskers and the string pillars made of dragon bones. It would be strange if Li Cheng couldn't see it. Yang Qin was not surprised at all. As he took the ancient zither, he removed the dragon whisker string from the ancient zither. Bodyguard. Li Cheng didn't realize this. He simply thought that the fairy eating bug was Yang Chen's monster pet. After hearing Yang Chen's words, he carefully looked at the fairy eating bugs. After a while, he took a deep breath and turned to Yang Qin and said, "You can also encounter this kind of heaven-defying luck? What is the level of your main body? She an immortal?" "Yes, this is it." Yang Chen looked at the familiar style and was a little surprised. He had worn-out iron shoes looking for it, but it didn't take much effort. He planned to spend some effort to find it in the future, but he didn't expect the ancient zither to deliver itself to him. It's a long story. Yang Qin stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture to brother Li Cheng. Then he summoned the shuttle and transformed it into a room with tables and chairs. Yang Qin took out dozens of wine jars and sat down with Li Cheng. There were more than a dozen 10,000-year-old ginsengs, Ganoderma lucidum, and cinnabar fruits. While drinking, he told the story, from the discovery of an immortal body in the mortal world, to the spiritual awareness secret art left behind a spiritual awareness seed, to the later process of being forcibly attacked and then refined by a great Principal Golden Immortal. Except for the name of the three purities secret art, the other things were explained clearly. I already have 2 dragon whisker strings and 1 dragon bone string pillar. Let's keep the things from Lan Wujiao for now. We'll see if we can trade them for other zither. After putting away the dragon whisker string, Yang Qin smiled and replied, "Big brother, you also got this zither. Could it be that you also met the Zhao clan?" Listening to Yang Chen's legendary experience, even Li Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. Who could have thought that the consciousness of a great Principal Golden Immortal could come to the mortal world in its entirety, and could even follow the connection between Yang Qin and the spiritual awareness seed all the way to the spiritual world? If it weren't for the timely arrival of the white fire seed, Yang Qin might have been refined. As soon as the voice fell, a bright sword light flashed. The head of the leader, who had just said 2 words, flew directly high, and the blood on his neck spurted out like a standing blood fountain. The guy behind Yang Qin didn't have time to see what happened at all. He felt the top of his head tighten. His whole body was lifted up by his hair and then fell heavily to the ground. Just like that, a large part of the guy's bones were broken, and he could no longer get up. Listening to you, this ancient zither should be a set. There are 2 strings here which are a bit interesting. What about your side? Li Cheng saw Yang Chen's affirmation and didn't say much. He directly handed over the ancient zither and asked casually, "I've been looking for them for a long time." Li Cheng nodded and said, "Their family is very deep and their plot is very big. There is the smell of yin-yang heaven burning fire on their bodies. My goodness, they're not afraid of fire at all." Li Cheng stared at the celestial eating insects, and after pondering for a while, he came to some conclusions. At least this level. Yang Chen nodded and admired Li Cheng's eyesight. Just looking at a few small clones, he could see so much. It was estimated that except for Li Cheng, few people could do it. However, the ancient zither you mentioned, is it like this? Yang Chen said that the way to solve his spiritual awareness problem was to unlock the seal of Elder Insect. The place where Elder Insect was sealed was found by Yang Chen in the ancient zither obtained by the Zhao clan. It happened that Li Cheng also had such an ancient zither in the deep mountains. At this time, he took it out and let Yang Chen confirm. Finally, Li Cheng's gaze turned from the celestial eating insects to Yang Chen. After staring at Yang Chen for a while, his face suddenly changed and he frowned. "What happened to your spiritual awareness?" "It was a very accidental opportunity. I got it from the bottom of the Gourd Valley." For Li Cheng, Yang Chen had nothing to hide and quickly replied, "Big brother, this is not my pet. It is my current bodyguard." When he recovered, he immediately saw the 4 so-called watermelons. It wasn't a watermelon. It was clearly the heads of his 4 companions. The one who spoke first was the leader. Among the 6 people, except for him, the other 5 were all beheaded. What else can I say? This kind of great nourishment opportunity, others can't even beg for it. What are you worried about? Listening to Yang Chen ask about the solution to the problem of spiritual awareness, Li Cheng rolled his eyes and said, "It hasn't exploded yet, right? When in danger, first improve the cultivation of spiritual awareness. What are you afraid of? There is always a way." "Where did you get this new pet?" Li Cheng's figure finally appeared in front of Yang Chen, looking at the miserable state of the guy on the ground, but his face did not change at all. He just looked at the celestial eating insects strangely and asked faintly. Before the guy on the ground could react, the severe pain had already come, and he didn't even wait for him to faint. Immediately after that, there was a series of crackling sounds, and then 4 watermelon-sized things fell to the ground beside him. God knows what kind of fear such a bright and dazzling celestial eating insect would bring to people in such a situation. Anyway, the guy lying on the ground only let out a scream of horror, and then directly fell into a coma. But then he was immediately awakened by the pain of thousands of insects biting his body, but he could no longer scream. He could only struggle a few times in vain, and then watched his whole body being surrounded by countless celestial eating insects. Chapter 16:28. When he was in the mortal world, the reason why Yang Chen discovered the Zhao family was that after Li Cheng asked Yang Chen to go to a nameless deserted island, the Zhao family took the initiative to find him. Yang Chen guessed at the time that it was Li Cheng who did it on purpose. Now that Li Cheng confessed that he was looking for the Zhao family, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. The Zhao family was very mysterious. From Long Xian to the Demon Ceiling Formation, to the origin of the Demon Continent, they were all related to the ancestors of the Zhao family. These things, any one of them could shock the world, but Yang Chen had never heard of the existence of the Zhao family. The first time they knew about the Zhao family, it was after Yang Chen let out the news that he wanted to sell the secret of the 5th grade alchemist master that the Zhao family appeared. No one knew where the Zhao family came from, and no one knew the origin of the Zhao family. Even the Taishaman had never regarded the Zhao family as a threat. In fact, the power that the Zhao family had at that time, just Long Xian, a 4th grade Earth Immortal, was enough to destroy the Taishaman several times. Li Cheng was looking for the Zhao family, and Yang Chen was also looking for them. There was such a mysterious sect hidden in the dark, and it could open the space barrier in the mortal world to release the demonic qi. Who knew what they would do in the spiritual world? Yang Chen even suspected that the great calamity 1,000 years later was secretly planned by the Zhao family. The Zhao family in the mortal world was destroyed, and these guys in the spiritual world hid deeper. We still came up a little late. Otherwise, we should have been able to catch more of the tale. Li Cheng said with some regret. If it weren't for some things in the mortal world that couldn't be left behind, he would have ascended long ago. Take it slow. Since a few of them have appeared, more and more people will come out in the future. Yang Chen could only persuade at this time and couldn't do more. And Yang Chen believed that Li Cheng was just sighing in front of him and not really regretting it. It's true that there's no hurry. If we kill more, they will appear sooner or later. As Yang Chen expected, Li Cheng showed his determination in a casual sentence. By the way, the place you chose for Chunying Palace is not bad. After Li Cheng sighed with emotion, he immediately changed the topic to the territory of Chunying Palace, Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Lihan Sea. If you want resources, there are resources. If you want spiritual veins, there are spiritual veins. With the back of the sea, there is no way out. If you manage Sunset Cliff a little, it will become a great fortress. It's all thanks to Big Brother. Following Li Cheng's words, Yang Chen said a sentence. Of course, he couldn't say that he was reborn and had the memory of his past life. Fortunately, Li Cheng knew that he came out of the immortal executioner stage. Maybe he would think that the people inside told him, so there would not be any problems. However, if the land ahead is dangerous, what will you do? Li Cheng also seemed to have carefully studied the territory of Chunying Palace. He was very familiar with the distribution of the terrain in this area. He asked the point in one sentence. I'm not talented, so I asked your sisters-in-law to make some small contributions in the sect, and let the 5 sects occupy a piece of land, respectively. Yang Chen said with a proud smile. Li Cheng pointed at Yang Chen and couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally, he put down his finger resentfully. He didn't know how to describe Yang Chen, so he could only express it with this attitude. Whether the 5 sects got the spiritual veins or occupied the resources, they would never think that they would act as the outer barrier of Chunying Palace. At that time, they might even be glad that their sect occupied this precious land in advance. Otherwise, they would not even have a place to settle down and would directly become a stray dog. Li Cheng came to Yang Chen just to exchange information about the Zhao family and to remind Yang Chen to manage the territory well. Now it seemed that Yang Chen had already thought about it very thoroughly, so Li Cheng didn't need to worry about it. The 2 brothers had no other chores, so they chatted with each other about some of their experiences and drank very comfortably. When they were slightly drunk, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. It just so happened that Li Cheng was beside him, so he could ask for advice. At that moment, he asked directly, Big Brother, my cultivation method has not advanced after I arrived in the spiritual realm. I wonder if Big Brother has any good suggestions? Your cultivation method? Li Cheng was stunned. Then he looked at Yang Chen and said slowly, Don't you have a complete set of Yin-Yang 5 elemental techniques? With your Yin-Yang 5 elemental flying sword, it's a perfect match. What else are you dissatisfied with? Do you feel that your cultivation efficiency is low recently? Since Yang Chen asked, Li Cheng would answer. He knew that Yang Chen cultivated all the original cultivation methods, but before answering, he still needed to know Yang Chen's current cultivation situation. I don't have this feeling for the time being. Yang Chen shook his head. Do you feel that your cultivation method can't adapt to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual realm? Li Cheng asked again. A little bit. Yang Chen nodded. It was because of this feeling that Yang Chen felt that his cultivation method was flawed, so he needed a higher level cultivation method. Have there been any masters of the spiritual realm who have asked you for the original cultivation method? Or have they also cultivated the original cultivation method? Li Cheng asked again, this time asking more detailed and thorough. Yes. Yang Chen remembered that Jing who asked him for the 10th water true secret art, and remembered that Lanning also cultivated the 10th water true secret art, and immediately answered affirmatively. Then how do you think they solved this problem? Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen with a smile and asked a question. I don't know. Yang Chen understood the meaning contained in Li Cheng's question with his heart. He couldn't understand it, but he still answered honestly. Jing, who didn't know the specific situation and directly asked for the 10th water true secret art. However, Lanning had met for a long time and never said that there was a problem with the cultivation method. Could it be that the problem was with him? You just ascended to the spiritual realm for a few days, and you can't wait? Li Cheng took a big sip of wine and squinted at Yang Chen. You are cultivating the original cultivation method. Do you think there is any cultivation method that can be more efficient than the original cultivation method? Yang Chen didn't know why Li Cheng was scolding him, but he thought that Li Cheng would not harm him, so he just listened honestly and did not refute. What do you think the original cultivation method you cultivate is? Can it be compared to those trash cultivation methods on the street? Those people have to change their cultivation methods after ascending because their cultivation methods are too bad. Li Cheng didn't care about Yang Chen's feelings at all and continued to scold. Do you think that any cultivation method can be called the original cultivation method? You are a guy who doesn't know how lucky you are, and you still want to find an advanced cultivation method. Have you really mastered the original cultivation method now? Looking for a donkey while riding a donkey, I have never seen such a stupid person like you. After scolding him, Li Cheng looked cool and ended with this sentence. Chapter 16:29. Yang Chen was scolded and bowed his head without saying a word, but he heard a little meaning from Li Cheng's scolding. It seemed that he did not need to find any advanced cultivation method for the origin cultivation method that he cultivated. Now he felt that there were some cultivation problems because he had ascended for too short a time and he had not fully adapted to it. However, what did Li Cheng mean when he said that he had truly mastered the origin cultivation method? Yang Chen did not understand for a while, and he looked at Li Cheng with a puzzled gaze again. Let's talk about it after you have completed 100 million circulations of your great yin-yang 5-element secrets. Seeing Yang Chen looking at himself, Li Cheng seemed to know what Yang Chen wanted to ask. Without waiting for him to speak, he directly blocked Yang Chen's question with an answer. Yang Chen was now practicing the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art, which took about a minute. Even if he did not stop all the time, if he wanted to practice 100 million qi circulation, according to this time, it would take nearly 200 years to complete. It had been less than 30 years since he ascended to the present. According to this calculation, Yang Chen was indeed a little impatient. No wonder Li Cheng would scold Yang Chen like this. Yang Chen should not be unaware of the truth that haste makes waste. It was just that he had no chance to come into contact with the origin cultivation method in his previous life, let alone what would happen after cultivating the origin cultivation method in the spiritual realm. So when he found that there was a problem with his cultivation, he was a little anxious and made a mistake. Fortunately, Li Cheng's scolding made Yang Chen completely wake up. Not only was there a problem with the cultivation method, but even in the way Yang Chen handled certain things, he made similar mistakes. Just like the construction of the site of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen could not wait to find a piece of eternal foundation. Fortunately, at this time, the major sect did not discover the benefits of the Sunset Rock and Linyangchuan. Otherwise, there would be no chance for Yang Chen. It had to be said that Yang Chen was a little impatient. He always wanted to solve all the problems in the shortest time possible, but he forgot that sometimes, without the accumulation of time and history, many things could not be done perfectly. Even if the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was built extremely stable now, without a large number of disciples to back it up, what was the point? It's my fault for being impatient. Yang Qin sincerely apologized to Li Cheng. In this world, perhaps only Li Cheng could convince Yang Qin wholeheartedly. In terms of cultivation, even Master Gao Yu and Grandmaster Wang Yong could not let Yang Qin be convinced now. You even advised me not to look for the Zhao family in a hurry. Why are you in such a hurry to cultivate? Li Cheng just gave some advice to Yang Qin and did not mean to blame Yang Qin. Seeing Yang Qin admit his mistake, he nodded and continued to drink. At this time, Yang Qin only felt that the demons in his heart were gone, and his mind seemed to be a lot more open. Unconsciously, his divine sense cultivation improved by a small realm and entered the second grade of Fairy Immortal. Originally, Yang Qin suppressed his cultivation, but under Li Cheng's reminder, he did not have to suppress it too much in the future. Now even the last worry about the cultivation method was gone, and the sea of consciousness was still full of a large amount of pure divine sense. Under the influence of the inside and outside, it became inevitable to improve the realm. Drinking with a bosom friend, the two opened their bellies and drank to their heart's content. Dozens of jars of wine soon entered their stomachs. Yang Qin also knew that Li Cheng liked wine. Every time they met, he would always prepare a lot of good wine for him. This time was no exception. Before parting, Li Cheng unceremoniously put thousands of jars of wine into his cosmos bag and said goodbye happily. When you meet the Zhao family, kill them if you need to. Don't worry about it. Li Cheng told Yang Qin before leaving. If you kill too many, they will naturally come out. If you want to improve your immortal beheading saber, you just need to kill some people with enough weight. Take it slowly. Other cultivators generally rarely advised others to kill, especially after ascending to the spiritual world. Everyone was open-minded, and sometimes killing could really affect the mood of cultivation. Only people like Li Cheng would advise Yang Qin to go on a killing spree, as if he was afraid that he would not kill enough. Yang Qin came to the spiritual world and thought that he had killed a lot. In less than 30 years, there were no less than dozens of people who died directly in his hands, and more than 1,000 people who died indirectly. In Li Cheng's eyes, it was still not enough. However, Yang Qin liked Li Cheng's suggestion very much. The mortal world had endured for a long time, and the spiritual world did not need to be like the mortal world. Li Cheng left, and he left neatly just like when he came. When the two met, it seemed that they just exchanged information about the Zhao family and then gave some advice to Yang Qin on a few problems in cultivation. But Yang Qin knew very well that Li Cheng came to see him to tell him about some resources in the Sunset Rock, Linyang Chuan, and Parting Hatred Sea. At the same time, he helped Yang Qin to settle down in Chunyang Palace. It was just that he saw that Yang Qin had done a good job, so he did not say much. In any case, Yang Qin was very grateful. Watching his sworn brother leave, Yang Qin also turned back to Parting Hatred Sea. On the way back this time, Yang Qin did not use much speed because he had to think about some things on the way back. However, before Yang Qin arrived at the place, the people of the 5 major sects had already gone crazy because of a few words from Yang Qin. The large area of Sheeping Mountain in front of the Sunset Rock, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, had completely become the possession of the 5 major sects. The jade slips that the 4 major sects brought back with the location of the spirit veins directly became the secret of the sect. All the sects sent teams with at least 2 fairy immortals to explore it. Only the representative of the Xiantian sect was a little depressed. He only brought back a 4 revolution life prolonging pill. However, another piece of news was that none of the 5 major sects were left behind. The spirit vein in the gourd cave was actually formed by a powerful array that forcibly absorbed the spiritual power of the surrounding spirit veins. How could they not study this array? The big and small forces in the gourd cave were still fighting for the ownership of the new spirit vein, causing countless casualties. Several forces saw that it was not a solution, so they stopped fighting and planned to discuss how to divide the spirit vein. As a result, as the people of the 5 major sects arrived one after another, it suddenly became a tragedy. The people of the Xiantian sect were the closest, so they arrived the fastest. Because they had suffered a small loss in Sheeping Mountain, they were in a bad mood. Seeing these ant-like guys dare to covet the fairy immortal level spirit vein, they became even more angry. A large number of poor guys completely became the punching bags of the experts of the Xiantian sect. Those with good eyesight saw the people of the Xiantian sect immediately turn around and run. The people of the Xiantian sect did not kill them. However, those who dared to stay in place and grit their teeth were courting death, so they could not blame others. When the people of the other 4 major sects arrived, they saw the disciples of the Xiantian sect carefully studying the array under the spirit vein. There was no one else around. Chapter 1630. This Yangchen must die. Among the senior members of the mysterious heaven sect, someone had clearly issued such a voice, especially when the senior members learned that the other 4 major sects had obtained the fairy immortal grade spiritual pulse, while the mysterious heaven sect had only obtained a 4 revolutions life-prolonging pill. This was simply a slap in the face of the mysterious heaven sect. Not only Yangchen, but also the 4 major sects. Min Huafeng of the Green Jade Immortal Island didn't ask earlier or later. She waited until the mysterious heaven sect made a decision before asking, but Yangchen actually gave a slap in the face on the spot. These guys colluded together in the mortal world, and they were definitely deliberately targeting the mysterious heaven sect. Didn't Wang Xiang and the others already go ahead? The sect master of the mysterious heaven sect was more calm. He was considering the gains and losses of the mysterious heaven sect this time, and asked casually, "There is no news from Wang Xiang and the others." Another senior member shook his head slightly and replied, "According to the calculation, they should have been able to intercept Yangchen before the sect representatives met him. Now there is no news. It is estimated that they are in trouble." The spiritual world was different from the mortal world. Under the strong spiritual pressure, unless one had practiced a special cultivation method and had unique materials, it was impossible to leave a life source tablet. This also led to the sect being unable to immediately know what happened to the disciples outside. A fairy immortal master and 2 earth immortal masters rushed to stop Yangchen in front of all the representatives. But now they had disappeared without a trace. This was not a good sign. Their own disciples went to kill someone, but the opponent dared to resist. This was really unforgivable. The 4 major sect and the mysterious heaven sect naturally had contradictions. Although everyone was from the same sect, since the mysterious heaven sect was the number 1 sect, it was no wonder that the other sect joined forces to deal with them. This kind of contradiction was irreconcilable, but a small disciple of the Chunyang Palace dared to get involved. He was really tired of living. "Since he is in the way, then elderly, you should go in person." The sect master nodded and directly authorized elderly to go. This little guy had already taken the lives of several experts from the Black Heaven sect. Furthermore, he might even affect the balance of the major sect. He couldn't be left alive. If they killed Yangchen now, the other sects wouldn't interfere too much. However, if they dragged it on, the other sects would owe Yangchen more and more favors, and it wouldn't be as easy to deal with Yangchen then. The reason why elderly was sent out was because of the recent rumors. Yangchen seemed to have obtained the celestial devouring insect in the gourd cave. Although he did not know what the cultivation of the insect was, it must not be weak since it had been raised on a spirit vein of a peak heaven immortal for tens of thousands of years. This also explained why Wang Xiang and the others had not returned. Without sending out experts, they would not be able to deal with Yangchen. What was certain now was that there was a sky immortal grade spirit vein in the Sheeping Mountain in front of the Sunset Rock. From Yangchen's tone, it seemed that there were also some rich resources. This place must be occupied and must not be handed over to others. As for the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and Separation Hatred, see, currently occupied by the Chunying Palace, they would also have to slowly plot over them. They believed that there would definitely be a lot of good things in them. Yang Qin should feel honored. A little human immortal junior was worthy of the high-level discussion of the Black Heaven sect. Finally, they made the decision to kill him, and even sent a core elder to execute it. Even if he was in the underworld, he should still be smiling. Yang Qin, who was with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, did not know that the danger had arrived. Rushing back to the separation hatred sea, Yang Qin asked Lan Ying about the feeling of cultivating the 10th water true secret art. Li Chang would not lie to Yang Qin, but this would not prevent Yang Qin from asking a few more people. 10th water true secret art? Very good. Lan Ying's nerves were thick, and she did not find anything strange about Yang Chen's consultation. She said, "For so many years this old lady has relied on the 10th water true secret art to dominate the sea. It is normal to not adapt to the spiritual world at first. You will get used to it after a few times of practice." Lan Ying's words were very general, but Yang Qin could be sure that Lan Ying's cultivation was not hindered at all. As long as she practiced enough, she could adapt to the 100 times spiritual pressure of the spiritual world. Yang Qin had never been exposed to the original cultivation method in his previous life. He did not expect such a strong performance, and even did not need any advanced cultivation method at all. When Yang Qin first arrived in the spiritual world in his previous life, he did not know how much effort he had spent in order to get some advanced cultivation methods. This time, he was finally able to save it. Chunyang Palace had the body of Old Bug, which could be said to be impregnable, so there was no need for Yang Qin to worry anymore. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, it was also time to familiarize themselves with the spiritual world and gain experience alone. The body of Old Bug carried by Yang Qin was directly divided into 2 halves. One half was given to Gao Yu, and the other half was given to Gong Sunling. Even if they were separated again, the cultivation base of each small avatar was still at the early stage of the fairy immortal realm. Coupled with Gao Yu's 100 spirit body armor and Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map, even if they encountered any danger in the spiritual world, it was more than enough to escape safely. There was no shortcut to cultivation, and it was not good to build a car behind closed doors. Everyone understood the truth, but Yang Chen was worried about the safety of the 2 women and had never let them go alone. Now that there was the body of Old Bug to protect them, Yang Chen also let go of his worries and let the 2 women freely gain experience. Until now, Yang Chen felt a little safer around him. After so many years of hard work, it finally had a little result. Gong Sunling and Gao Yu did not separate directly, but sat in Gong Sunling's ship and wandered in the sea. On the one hand, it was to perfect the sea map in the mountain river geographical map. On the other hand, it was also to increase some fighting experience. In the vast sea, there were many fierce beasts. It was really a good place for experience. Lan Ying was also accompanied by Lan Ying, who was afraid of the world being in chaos. She had been in the spiritual world for so many years and had already aimed at many targets in the sea, but her own cultivation base was not enough, and she did not dare to do it. Now that there were 2 strong helpers, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, it was natural to find a way to solve a batch. Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's cultivation base seemed to be only at the level of a human immortal, but after Lan Ying saw Yang Chen's abnormal strength, she did not dare to underestimate the women around Yang Chen. She had no doubt that when necessary, she could not stop a blow from the 2 women. At this time, Yang Chen returned to the state of being alone. After walking around the sect, Yang Chen thought about it and felt that he should solve the problem of his spiritual awareness first. Although Li Chang had seen that there would be no problem for the time being, it was not a very pleasant thing to carry an explosive bag that could be detonated at any time. Fortunately, there were already 4 ancient zither in his hands. In addition to the place where Old Bug was in the gourd cave, there were still 3 places. In other words, there were 3 peerless masters waiting for him to release, waiting for him to consume his spiritual awareness. After so many times, the problem of spiritual awareness would no longer be a problem. Chapter 1631. After returning to the sect and greeting the palace master, Yang Chen embarked on the journey to the second binding array. There was a disadvantage in choosing Linyang River as the location of the sect. That was when he went to other places from Chunyang Palace. If he didn't want to take a long detour from the Lihan Sea, he had to go through the Sunset Rock. There was no other way. Since he had to pass by the Sunset Rock, Yang Chen had to take a look at the market built by the Five Sect for Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen went back and forth, and the people of the Five Sect had already arrived and started the construction. As Yang Chen requested, the current Sunset Rock market was changing in the direction of the famous fortress in his previous life. However, no one could see it except for Yang Chen. Everyone just thought that it was a unique market built from the inside according to the terrain of the Sunset Rock. No one would have thought that in the future, as long as a strong protective array was set up, this place could immediately become a fortress. The Five Sect attached great importance to the transaction with Yang Chen and sent out powerful people. In just a few days, Yang Chen could basically see some of the prototype of the market. Each sect was responsible for a large section, about hundreds of miles long, adding up to thousands of miles, enough to become the largest market within 100 miles. After a simple exploration, Yang Chen set foot on the road again. This time he was going to a dangerous place. Compared with the Gourd Valley, he didn't know how many times more dangerous it was. Yang Chen had never been there in his previous life, and he was about to rush over to explore it carefully. However, when he left the Sunset Rock for less than 20,000 miles, Yang Chen found trouble. He had once again fallen into the encirclement. The encirclement this time was definitely not the kind of encirclement he had encountered before, where a few people casually surrounded him from a few directions and then jumped out to rob him. Instead, it was a meticulously prepared, large-scale formation. As long as he passed within a radius of 100 miles, he would definitely be silently trapped by the formation. Just this array formation alone was definitely a big deal. Ordinary cultivators simply could not come up with something like this. Putting aside the materials, just controlling the formation alone would require at least 10 Earth Immortal experts, and even 2 to 3 Heaven Immortal experts to control the formation core. One must know that a formation controlled by so many people could not only be fixed in one place, but could also be changed at any time. Only such a high-level formation could trap Yang Chen unknowingly. In order to deal with Yang Chen alone, they had mobilized such a large force. It was definitely not an ordinary force. What were they after? For the time being, the only thing on Yang Chen that could tempt people was the life extension pill. Everything else was not worth it in the eyes of the powerhouses in the spiritual realm. However, if it was just for a mere prolonging life pill, wasn't this scene a little too grand? Who is this expert? What business do you have with me? The other party only activated the formation to trap him, but did not directly make a move. There must be other intentions. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. He used his divine sense to explore and shouted loudly, "Surrender, and I'll spare your life." An unfamiliar voice sounded out of nowhere, under the influence of the array formation. This loud voice could be heard from all directions. Just listening to the voice, there was an invisible majesty which made people involuntarily have a sense of inferiority in front of an expert. However, this kind of method was useless to Yang Chen. At least in his previous life, he had even seen the Jade Emperor. He would not be fooled by a guy who could only hide his head and show his tail. The reaction given by Yang Chen was to reach out and pull out the immortal beheading saber. He held it in his hand and looked coldly in a certain direction. If so, then don't blame this old man. The strange voice was still the same, and there was almost no emotion in it. This can be considered as a punishment for teaching. Die in peace. With his voice, countless rays of light flashed from the surroundings and slashed in the direction of Yang Chen. On Yang Chen's body, a phantom of a golden bell suddenly appeared. The rays of light slashed on the golden bell, but there was no sound. There were only a few dragon shadows flying up and down. This kind of pure spiritual power attack, unless it was strong to a certain extent, it was impossible to break through the protection of the golden bell. However, Yang Chen had already determined a direction at this time. The immortal beheading saber in his hand was raised high and slashed down in front of him. The bright saber light carried a rush of wind and was full of killing intent. Evil creature, how dare you? Surrender and surrender. Under the accompaniment of the knife light, Yang Chen's mouth uttered a word that should not have been said on this occasion. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he had said the same words in the spiritual realm, but Yang Chen was disappointed every time. But this time, Yang Chen seemed to be lucky. In a certain position in the array, the eyes of the master who presided over the array eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly scolded, "Just by you? Catch up with me first." The words between the two were very absurd. Yang Chen was trapped in the array, but he shouted for the other party to surrender, and even scolded the other party as an evil creature. It was clear that the target was not a human. The person who answered was even more extreme. He was clearly controlling the array to trap Yang Chen, but he said that he wanted Yang Chen to catch up. The people who heard these words all had a baffled expression on their faces. Yang Chen might be talking nonsense in a desperate situation, but why would elderly accompany Yang Chen to talk nonsense? Could it be that he was affected by some demonic technique of Yang Chen? It had to be said that their guess was very well founded. When Yang Chen shouted again, "Old dog, give me your life!" At this time, elderly, who controlled the array eye, seemed to be angry, and the attack of the array had almost reached the limit. There is a way to heaven, but you don't want to go, and you break into hell without a door. Today you are dead. Fortunately, after a round of crazy attacks, everyone in the array heard the voice of their own elderly, who had recovered his calmness, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The array needed enough manpower to ensure that Yang Chen would not escape. Everyone had already learned about Yang Chen before they came. This guy might not be very strong, but his ability to escape was absolutely unique. There was a record of escaping the pursuit of a master in the late Deshang stage when he was in the mortal world, when he was in the foundation stage. So everyone was carefully controlling the array for fear of giving Yang Chen the slightest opportunity, leading to failure. Such a slippery guy. Since even elderly had come out, then he must not be lost. Even if he had the immortal eating insect on him, he would be trapped in this array. As long as everyone did not make mistakes, they could kill Yang Chen in the array. However, even with such complete preparation, there was still a problem. Chapter 1632. He didn't know who made a small mistake, but this was enough. The formation of dozens of people, of course, could not tolerate the slightest flaw. A small mistake brought about a small gap in the formation. This gap appeared very secretly, and the time was extremely short. In just a few moments, it seemed to have been filled. In theory, such a small mistake was not a mistake at all for a small human immortal junior. What everyone was guarding against was the legendary fairy eater, insect queen. It must be known that in the legend of the gourd cave, the fairy eater insect queen was a terrifying monster that easily killed thousands of people. Even if elderly went out, he had to be cautious. In the face of a terrifying master, no matter how careful they were, they could not be too careful. However, with such careful arrangements, up to now, Yang Chen had not released the fairy eater insect queen. This surprised everyone, but they had also been on guard, for fear that Yang Chen was planning to use a master at a critical moment. No one would have thought that such a gap that would disappear in just a blink of an eye would actually be seized by Yang Chen. That cunning kid, as expected, was worthy of being in the foundation establishment stage and had escaped from the hands of a master in the late Deshang stage. It was as if he was born with a spirit of escape. That small gap was actually discovered by him and successfully used. Yang Chen had been using the golden bell to resist the spiritual power attack launched by the formation. When he heard the strange voice, he knew that he would not be in danger. The completely unreasonable words that the two people scolded each other were the secret code that Yang Qin got from the mouth of the young master of the Taishaman, Li Liheng, the highest level of undercover disciples of the Taishaman and the sect. This level of secret code could only be truly mastered by the core senior members of the sect. Even the general elders did not know the existence of these secret codes. Yang Qin had always planned to use this secret code. Was there anything more wonderful than becoming the core disciple of the Xiantian sect when he wanted to take revenge on the Xiantian sect? It must be a wonderful feeling to use the enemy's resources to strengthen oneself and destroy the enemy. Previously, when Yang Chen faced the mysterious Heaven sect disciples, he had said this signal several times, but he hadn't received the right answer. In response, Yang Chen's response was to kill them without mercy. Yang Chen was not afraid of incurring the wrath of the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect. The more they did this, the more confident Yang Chen would be when he met the true higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. A person who had killed so many disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect could not possibly be a spy for the mysterious Heaven sect in the eyes of outsiders. It was definitely convenient for him to do things that the mysterious Heaven sect was not suited for, right? That gap that suddenly appeared was definitely not caused by a single person's carelessness or mistake, but was intentionally done by Elderly, who was in charge of controlling the Formation Eye. When he found out that Yang Chen was the highest-ranking spy in his sect, the shock in his heart was no less than when he heard that Yang Chen had a life extension pill. However, he no longer had the time to think about what benefits Yang Chen would bring to the mysterious Heaven sect if he suddenly became a spy. The most important thing right now was to let Yang Chen escape, then find an opportunity to secretly meet and understand everything. The disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect, who came with Elder Li, had no right to know about such a high-level matter. They also didn't know that Elder Li, who had brought them here to kill Yang Chen, had become the person who wanted to let Yang Chen go the most. The two of them tacitly performed. Aside from the two of them, no one else knew that the light that attacked Yang Chen only looked powerful on the surface, but when it landed on the golden bell, it was much weaker. This was the signal that Elder Li released to Yang Chen, telling him not to worry. Finally, after one of the attacks, Yang Chen saw a flash of an opening. Yang Chen, who was already prepared, immediately summoned the shuttle that was ready to go and rushed out from that gap. By the time the people of the mysterious Heaven sect reacted and filled the gap in the formation, Yang Chen had already escaped from the range of the formation and escaped without looking back. Who let this brat go? Elder Li's roar echoed among the mysterious Heaven sect disciples. His anger was like a volcanic eruption, and no one dared to speak. No one knew what kind of expectation Elder Li had in his heart under his monstrous anger and annoyance. Seeing Elder Li's anger and hearing Elder Li's roar, all the mysterious Heaven sect disciples present could understand. It was not easy to take the opportunity to keep an eye on Yang Chen's whereabouts at the Sunset Rock. It took so many people and so much effort to besiege Yang Chen in the formation. But unexpectedly, a small mistake made everyone's efforts fall short of success. If it was them, they would also be angry. If Yang Chen escaped this time, who knew how long it would take to catch him again? Even Elder Li's appearance ended up like this. At this time, who would dare to say anything and provoke Elder Li? Under Elder Li's roar, everyone obediently put away the formation and quickly searched for Yang Chen's whereabouts. Elder Li seemed to still be angry and stayed in place for a long time. Only then did he order a few close disciples to lead the group back to the branch at Sheeping Mountain. As for Elder Li himself, he found a few nearby beasts and killed them to vent his anger. Everyone understood that Elder Li was not in a good mood, so no one dared to stay by Elder Li's side. If they were careless and got caught in the crossfire, wouldn't that be too unjust? Since Elder Li let everyone go back, then of course, everyone went down the slope and immediately left. Their speed was no worse than when Yang Chen fled. Elder Li, who was madly looking for beasts to vent his anger, stayed in this area for 4 to 5 days and killed countless beasts. It wasn't until he was completely sure that there was no one around that he chased after Yangchen. After chasing for about 1,000 kilometers, Elder Li keenly sensed a place that seemed normal, but had an obscure arrow mark in a certain direction. After seeing this, Elder Li faintly smiled and continued to chase in the direction the arrow was pointing at. After 500 kilometers, there was another arrow, but this time it was pointing in a different direction. After a few times, Elder Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid, Yangchen, was really very cautious. Finally, after chasing for more than 5,000 kilometers, Elder Li's divine sense found Yangchen's figure. Yangchen stood alone in the dense forest, quietly waiting for Elder Li to arrive. Chapter 1633. Greetings, martial ancestor. Elder Li's figure landed in front of Yangchen. Yangchen immediately bowed and saluted without thinking. Since he wanted to break into the profound heaven sect, he had to put down his pride. Yangchen could endure for 10,000 years in his previous life. In this life, in order to destroy the profound heaven sect, it was not a problem for him to just call him martial ancestor and salute. He regarded it as respecting the old and giving way to the talented. There was no psychological pressure at all. It's been hard on you. Elder Li looked at the well-mannered Yangchen and suddenly sighed and said such a sentence. Along the way, Elder Li also thought a lot. He had a deeper understanding of Yangchen's high-profile killing of young master Yixian and destroying the entire Qimeng sect as soon as he arrived in the spiritual realm. Yangchen's move was definitely to hide his identity deeper. At this time, under the premise that the Teiximen in the mortal world had already been destroyed, it was very advantageous. However, the consequence of dealing with the profound heaven sect's disciples in such a high-profile manner was that he was regarded as an enemy by the entire profound heaven sect. In addition to Elder Li's wave, at least 3 groups of people had been dispatched to kill Yangchen. Even the higher-ups had also made the decision to kill Yangchen not long ago. Under such pressure, how much effort did Yangchen, a little human immortal junior, have to pay to save his life? At least in Elder Li's eyes, in order to deal with the profound heaven sect and other malicious attacks, Yangchen must have paid a great price to have the opportunity to stand in front of him alive. It's not hard for this disciple, but I had no choice but to kill a few fellow disciples. This disciple has always felt uneasy. Yangchen's performance was vivid. Even the expression on his face was very cooperative, making people unable to see any flaws. At this moment, Elder Li's mind was no longer on this. He was eager to know how Yangchen became a secret disciple of the Teiximen. Those disciples who ascended from the mortal world didn't say anything at all. If it wasn't for the secret communication code, he wouldn't dare to believe that all of this was true. It's okay. The situation is not right. Saving your life is the most important. Elder Li advised gently. It's also fate that they met you. Don't take it to heart. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yangchen expressed his gratitude once again. At the same time, he respectfully asked, "Forgive this disciple for being rude. This disciple still does not know the identity of martial ancestor. This old man's surname is Li, and I am the Black Heaven sect's technique imparting elder." Elder Li didn't think that Yangchen's question was rude. If Yangchen could see through his identity, then there would be a problem. After a pause, Elder Li continued, "Tell me about the situation in the mortal world. How did you become a disciple of the sect? I am indebted to Master Li for not abandoning me and secretly accepting me as your disciple. I have been secretly managing the Chunyang Palace." Under Elder Li's gesture, Yangchen respectfully sat on the tree stump opposite Elder Li and replied in a respectful tone, "Master Li also secretly supported me a lot. Chunyang Palace has today's glory." Yangchen's position in Chunyang Palace could be made clear as long as people inquired about it a little. It could be said that Yangchen was below one person and above tens of thousands of people. Even if Yang Chen was willing, the palace master of Chunying Palace would not hesitate to give the position of the palace master to Yang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to describe Yang Chen as the real master of Chunying Palace. The Taishaman in the mortal world had never stopped secretly controlling some small sect. As a high-level member of the Xiantian sect, Elder Li knew this better than anyone else. Needless to say, Yang Chen must be a spy planted by the Taishaman to control the Chunying Palace. However, this spy was very outstanding. He abruptly developed the Chunying Palace, which was not even a second-rate sect, into its current scale. The development of the Chunying Palace was almost a miracle. Even Elder Li in the spiritual realm had heard of it. When Yang Chen said this to him, Elder Li's heart suddenly moved. Now the Taishaman in the mortal world had no more power, but the newly rising Chunying Palace was not a small force. In time, with the development momentum of the Chunying Palace in the mortal world, it may not be unable to surpass the Taishaman in the past. What was the biggest problem of the Xiantian sect now? Wasn't it because there was no foundation in the mortal world? But at this juncture, Yang Chen jumped into the eyes of Elder Li with the Chunying Palace. If this was not God's will, then what was it? Who is the teacher, Li, that you are talking about? Elder Li asked very casually after Yang Chen continued to say what he wanted to say. Master Li is the sect master of the Taishaman. Yang Chen suddenly stopped his words and replied quickly. So, it's really not wrong for you to call me Grandmaster. Elder Li chuckled. The Master Li you speak of is a descendant of my clan. Even he has to address me as ancestor. You are his disciple, so it is only right for you to address me as ancestor. Grandmaster. Yang Chen followed the advice and blurted out the word Grandmaster without hesitation. Elder Li responded with a laugh, and the pride in his heart was indescribable. He was the first to discover the secret disciple, Yang Chen, and Yang Chen actually had this relationship with him. With Yang Chen and Chunying Palace as the foundation, his status in the Xiantian sect would only rise in the future. It was really the right decision to come out in person. What is the current strength of the Chunying Palace in the mortal world? Since there was a disciple like Yang Chen, Elder Li naturally had to care about the power he could borrow. He immediately asked about the situation of the Chunying Palace in the mortal world. Now the Chunying Palace and the Chunying Courtyard have a total of no less than 400,000 disciples. There should be hundreds of Deshang stage disciples and tens of thousands of Yuanying stage disciples. Yang Chen did not hide it. As long as he had the intention, he could find a person who had ascended in the mortal world to learn about these things. At most, there would be a slight difference in the specific numbers. Elder Li wanted to ask, and Yang Chen immediately replied quickly, Chunying Palace has no foundation in the spiritual world. Before this disciple contacted the sect, he did not dare to take risks, so he asked all the disciples who can ascend to wait for another 100 years. After this disciple has settled everything, he will ascend. This also explained why there were only so many people in the Chunying Palace now. In this regard, Elder Li was not angry but very happy. If it was before he knew the identity of Yang Chen, Chunying Palace would definitely have ulterior motives for doing this. But now Yang Chen was far-sighted, thought long-term, and arranged well. People's thoughts were sometimes so clear. In that case, you will follow me to a place. Elder Li, through the communication code, coupled with Yang Chen's respectful explanation to him, had confirmed that Yang Chen was the spy arranged by the Taishaman. At the moment, he no longer had any doubts and immediately set off with Yang Chen. I also want to meet the high-level members of the sect. By the way, I will tell everyone about the destruction of the Taishaman. Chapter 1634. It was impossible for Yang Chen to swagger into the mysterious heaven sect, at least not now. Even if Yang Chen was willing, the mysterious heaven sect would not want Yang Chen, a spy that had been hidden for so many years, to be exposed. Therefore, Elder Li took Yang Chen to another secret place. This place was a secret place of the mysterious heaven sect that was never known to outsiders. Except for the core elders of the mysterious heaven sect, ordinary elders had never heard of the existence of this secret place. This place was not within the territory of the mysterious heaven sect, so it was very safe. After placing Yang Chen in the secret place, Elder Li rushed back to the sect as fast as lightning. He wanted to immediately inform the sect master and the other core elders of this good news. When he thought of how shocked the others would be after hearing the news, Elder Li felt very proud. He was now looking forward to the performance of those people more and more. Sure enough, after hearing Elder Li's description, the sect master, who had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, instantly stood up. Is this true? The extermination of the Taishaman in the mortal world, coupled with the disappearance of the great principal golden immortal from the celestial world, had become a sore point in the mysterious heaven sect. The core elders were almost heartbroken. When they suddenly heard the exciting news brought by Elder Li, how could they sit still? Really, the secret code is correct, and he showed up to greet us. Elder Li was in a very good mood. He had met Yang Chen and had a close relationship with him. He would never think that Yang Chen's identity was fake. In order to confirm his contribution, he immediately patted his chest and promised, "You can all go and ask carefully. If there are any problems, he is in the secret place anyway, so we can take him down at any time." They had to meet Yang Chen, and they also had to test him. This was related to the future development of the mysterious heaven sect, so they couldn't be careless. Although this good news was shocking, everyone suppressed their joy and began to discuss how to meet with Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't have to wait for long in the secret area. While he was cultivating, the core members of the mysterious heaven sect and the core high elders also arrived. They didn't directly meet with Yang Chen, but observed Yang Chen from afar. Yang Chen didn't seem to know that as long as anyone here had the intention to kill him, he could be buried at any time. Just like in his own sect, he boldly carried out this kind of deep meditation practice without any regard for the danger in the secret plane. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the mysterious heaven sect, this kind of behavior was completely treating them as one of their own. They were not on guard at all. Just by looking at this behavior, the higher-ups who were secretly observing had a better impression of him. Until Yang Chen finished his cultivation, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect didn't disturb Yang Chen. After waking up, the first thing Yang Chen saw was Elder Li with a smile. There were also a few people next to him. To be able to stand with Elder Li, there was no need to think about it. They were definitely the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect. Yang Chen didn't say anything and immediately bowed. Disciple greets the ancestors. In any case, these people were all old enough, so it wasn't wrong to call them ancestors. Yang Chen didn't hesitate and addressed them uniformly. No need to be so polite. Seeing how polite Yang Chen was, the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, who was standing in the middle, looked at Yang Chen with less scrutiny and more warmth. After all the complicated etiquette was completed, Yang Chen carefully sat down opposite the higher-ups and waited for the next interrogation. This was an indispensable procedure, and Yang Chen was mentally prepared. Even if he matched the highest-level secret code, it was impossible to suddenly let people accept that he was a secret disciple of the Taishaman. No matter what the purpose was, there would always be people who would doubt it. How were the Taishaman destroyed? The sect master came up without saying anything and directly asked the question they wanted to know the most. Although the mysterious heaven sect had investigated a lot about the destruction of the Taishaman, there was no other Taishaman disciple except for Yanglan and Yanglan. The information obtained from the people of other sect was always more or less biased. Those who really knew the inside story, the mysterious heaven sect didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Chen was a core disciple of the Chunying Palace, so it was inevitable that he knew more inside information. It just so happened that they could understand a little more. The universe everlasting spirit suppression array was suddenly activated, causing the sect to become the public enemy of the world. Yang Qin quickly replied. In addition, young sect master Li Lihing was found to have cultivated the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra, and the female masters of the sect who were captured were exposed. These are the two main reasons. What Yang Qin said was not much different from what the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect had already learned. Therefore, Yang Qin's answer did not make everyone very satisfied. However, this disciple suspects that there are other secrets. Yang Qin also knew that his answer would not be satisfactory, so after answering these two common answers, he immediately added a sentence. What kind of secrets? Hearing Yang Qin's words, everyone immediately became spirited. What they wanted to know the most was these secrets, which were 100 times more useful than the information on the surface. This disciple was not at the scene when the sect was destroyed, but after that this disciple communicated with some people who were at the scene. Yang Qin first explained the channel through which he obtained the so-called secrets, so that everyone knew that this was not what Yang Qin said. Then he continued, It is said that the young sect master obtained the array from a senior in the spiritual realm. The universe everlasting spirit suppression array was actually set up by the sect hundreds of years ago. For hundreds of years, it has been safe and sound. But suddenly, the array became violent and crazily absorbed the spiritual power of the world. This is strange. When the universe everlasting spirit suppression array is operating normally, there will be no obvious signs. It was only recently discovered that if the array is activated at a special array eye, it will cause the situation at that time to happen. Elder Li wanted to support Yang Qin, so of course at this time he had to check for loopholes for Yang Qin and give him an appropriate reminder. In fact, there was the demon sealing array at that time. Even if the special array eye was activated, it should not have happened in a short time. Yang Qin immediately got out of the situation and said, But unexpectedly, the demon sealing array suddenly lifted automatically, which led to the arrival of countless heavens' retribution. The disciples who were caught off guard immediately suffered heavy casualties. Did you find the demon sealing array? Another elder next to him suddenly raised another topic and asked in a questioning tone, It is said that you sold it for a good price. I found it. Yang Qin admitted very readily, but immediately explained, My wife and concubine were with me. Later, Master Li wanted to take the opportunity to send me a batch of resources to support Chunyang Palace. Chapter 1635. So, you have been selling the pills to the sect at a high price before for the same reason? With the first question, there was a second question immediately. Yang Qin didn't even need to take the initiative to lead the topic to this. The second elder had already made a hypothesis. Originally, the demon sealing formation was sold at a high price, but after Yang Qin said this, it became a move by the Taishaman sect masterly to take the opportunity to support Yang Qin. This turn of events immediately made people feel different. One was forced to accept a high price, and the other was taking the opportunity to support his secret disciple. The active and passive immediately changed, and it was much more comfortable. This disciple is new here, apart from my old acquaintances in the mortal world. How do I know anyone else? Yang Qin smiled bitterly and replied, Someone suddenly threw a few jade slips when this disciple was in a hurry. This disciple didn't even see who it was. There was not only a description of the person's identity, but also the characteristics of each person's cultivation method. In particular, there was a point that was everyone's weakness. According to the contents of the jade slips, if one wanted to kill someone, as long as one targeted the weakness, it would not be difficult to defeat the strong with the weak. In addition to defense, the demon sealing formation also has another important role, which is to block the heavenly tribulation. Yang Qin explained his judgment bit by bit, and vaguely pointed in another direction. The reason for opening the demon sealing formation may not be to let people from other sect come in. Where did you learn your alchemy techniques? This time, it was another elder who asked the question. The questions were asked quickly and urgently, not giving Yang Qin time to think at all. The topic had also changed from the beginning to who knows where. Judging from the quality of these jade slips, they came from our sect's jade mine. They should be people from our sect. Although he couldn't find out who made it from the content and the traces of the divine sense engravings, the material of the jade slips left some clues. Immediately, one of the elders easily identified where the jade came from. The cultivation bases of these core members were not very strong. The strongest among them was only at the second level of the Heaven Immortal stage, while the weakest was only at the peak of the Earthen Immortal stage. If Yang Chen wanted to, he could use some secret techniques to kill off these core members of Profound Heaven Sect in a short time. However, in that case, the few supreme experts who had been eyeing Yang Chen covetously would make a move to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could fight against a few Xian immortal experts when he was still in the worldly immortal stage. It was clearly the Taishamen who were forced to be extorted by Yang Chen, but now it had become the sect supporting Yang Chen. Even the most picky person had to admit that this turn of events was quite reasonable if they considered Yang Chen's identity as a secret disciple. Indeed, of course, Yang Chen immediately admitted it. What a joke! If he told them the truth, he was tricking the Taishamen at that time. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? At this point, everyone was basically certain that Yang Chen was a disciple secretly accepted by sect master Li of the Taishamen. Not to mention anything else, the spatial spiritual cultivation method was definitely a secret among secrets. Li Lihing could get the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation from the predecessors of the spiritual world. Except for the core high-level members, no one else knew about it. Even the people and lackeys like Yang Lan and Yang Lan didn't know about it. Yang Chen actually knew about it. Obviously, he was not valued by sect masterly. If he was not a loyal disciple, how could he pass down such a secret of the sect? The elder who asked the question reached out and took a few pieces of jade slips. After probing them a few times, he confirmed the contents. 2 of them were the experiences of his acquaintances, so they were definitely not fake. Continue to talk about what you know. Since everyone basically had no doubts about the identity of Yang Chen, then the previous question would continue. Relying on the records of the experiences of these alchemy masters, Yang Chen was able to be promoted to a 5th grade alchemy master in the mortal world. It had to be said that Yang Chen was really talented in alchemy. In the past, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect hated such a genius alchemist to the point of gnashing their teeth and wishing they could kill him directly. Now that he had suddenly become their disciple, the feeling was as if the flying sword that was slashing at them had suddenly turned into a delicious pie, making them feel extremely good. When the Taishamen really controlled the demon sealing array, it meant that they had entered the core of the Taishamen, and they must know that the sect master of the immortal world Xiantian sect had already sat in the position of the Jade Emperor. The Taishamen had a boundless future. Why should they care about the identity of other sect and sacrifice themselves for the interests of other sect? You know, in the situation at that time, except for Yang Lan and Yang Lan, no one else could ascend. If they broke the demon sealing array, they would only die. The sect did not start to attack at that time, and the demon sealing array had not reached its limit. No one had more authority on this than Yang Chen, who discovered the demon sealing array and was the first to arrange it. So there was only one conclusion, and that was that the demon sealing array was unlocked from the inside. How did you know the identity of Zhu Yixian? An elder remembered his initial doubts and asked again, You have never met each other. It is impossible for you to know his identity as soon as you met him. Many people from other sect speculated that it was a high-level undercover of a certain sect. But even if it was an undercover of another sect, how could it be possible to hide from all the high-level members of the Taishamen and achieve this status? There had always been 2 disc arrays for the demon sealing array, and both were controlled by the most reliable people in the sect. How could they make such a mistake at a critical moment? Yang Chen had already prepared the jade slip. It was completely pure, and no one would be able to detect its identity. It marked the identity and characteristics of many mysterious Heaven sect disciples, as well as a simple portrait. As long as one remembered the contents of the jade slip, anyone would be able to recognize Zhu Yixian's identity. The demon sealing array was suddenly unlocked not by an external force, but by an internal force. After saying his own judgment, Yang Chen then described the situation at the time. Although it was all heard from the mouth of outsiders, and the situation was also consistent with what the profound Heaven sect knew, there were more doubts. It was clear that the materials from the mysterious Heaven sect clearly showed that the person who gave the portrait to Yang Chen was definitely from within the mysterious Heaven sect and was very familiar with many of the disciples in the sect. Although Yang Chen didn't explain the reason for opening the demon sealing array, since it wasn't to let people from other sect go in, there was only one explanation left, and that was to trigger a divine retribution. What kind of person could trigger a divine retribution? Who succeeded in passing the retribution in the end? The identity of the suspect was already clear. Disciple has some talent in alchemy and was fortunate enough to be nurtured by Teacher Li. Teacher Li gave me a few of the alchemy insights of the seniors in the spirit realm. There were a few more jade slips in Yang Chen's hands. They were the records of the alchemy seniors in the spirit realm that Yang Chen had obtained when he went to the Taishaman to exchange for pills. Taking them out now was simply the most suitable evidence.